think what's interesting is your green top layer, sort of, especially now in this aerial plan. I think, like as we see it right now, it seems as if it's sort of a continuation of the other side of the river, obviously on another level. And how accessible is this top green layer? Because I understood this right, it's not part of the connecting piece, as you call it, the connective tissue.
It is accessible, but I didn't put it there, as in I intended the connective tissue would be separated, but then it is partially connected to that piece.
Is it a public park? Is it a semi-public park? Is it more a visual green for surrounding buildings? That would also be a benefit if it was only a visual green. I'm just trying to understand. I want to imagine the life on this green level. Yeah.
So what I envision is it is partially accessible by everyone. However, there's like certain part is currently not accessible due to like just the gradient of the slope is not being well controlled enough, I guess. And yes, I also, like, as I show that picture, let's say the part on the right is intended for the housing program, like being part of their own public area. Because I'm on the left hand side, the medium density housing already share like a courtyard among them. So I just like that pairing housing with accessible green.
Hey, it's a daring plan, yeah, to have the public move up on the roof, and it's very beautiful, and especially if you can move to the edge of the stadium. You know, it reminds me a little bit of 30 years ago in Berlin, when the wall came down. Everybody was walking on the east side on top of the roofs. In order to understand what was going on. You could just walk up the staircase in every house, and because everything was open, and walk up on the roof, and they were all connected. And it was an amazing feeling to be on that upper level. And so I'm almost a little bit disappointed in your answer to say that it's only semi-public. You know, I think it'd be an amazing idea if people also from further away could get up onto this roof, at least in parts, you know, like even ride a bike or something like that.
You know, there's a project in Lisbon which is built on the water, and it happens to be a public project. It's a museum, and the promenade along the water is you can actually then continue on up on top of the building. And it's probably about 40 feet high or more. And it's fantastic.
Are you thinking about Amanda Lafitte?
As a view, yeah. The view is really great. It's part of the waterfront. I mean, it's the promenade along the waterfront. So in a way, that's what Karen's talking about. And I think it's a very important opportunity that probably isn't as exploited in this as it could be.
Yeah, thank you, Bill. That's exactly what I'm talking about. I'm also wondering always, with all these projects, obviously, how are you experiencing this area from afar? What draws you to it? Yeah, so we have this opportunity zone in an area that not many people would naturally come to because it's simply not very interesting so far. And you are creating this magnet, yeah, that draws people there, not only for soccer, but also for other times. And you know, imagine spring, the first rays of sun, and everybody wants to get out. And you know, so I think the fact that in this rather flat landscape, you have something that is raised off the ground, that you're standing on this stage above a soccer stadium, yeah, and you really get a view over the whole area as something that you shouldn't underestimate. You know, I mean, it's kind of like it's an amazing opportunity in this context, in this topography also. Yeah. And I very much like the contrast of this part on the right with the part on the left, where you have this sort of much more private and concentrated housing area that is obviously not accessible by everybody. So you have that too. So I don't think you need to be too worried that this is too public.
You know what?
I just want to, sorry.
It occurred to me that there's a kind of delamination where the soccer field is, and I'm wondering when the park is elevated to be high up and accessible, I wonder why there's not more intrusion of water. Because if I look at the other side of the river, there's a tremendous, estuary of the kind of river moving and marshland and environmental kind of soft edge. And we get this one little piece, there's a triangular piece of water that sneaks down and aligns with two streets. But basically, you could actually have a kind of a building that's on top of the water. And so that the ground might be missing and replaced by this displaced surface, which might be kind of interesting and be shot. You could actually do boating in there. I mean, the contrast between the two strategies works really well, but I keep wondering why water, which is so nearby, isn't really a player in both of these projects. I guess they are. There's some ponds in the middle of the housing, right? And there's the rectangular thing, right?
Yep.
Anyway.
I just wanted to, yeah.
Calvin,
I just wanted.
Calvin, this is Jim Williamson. Do you have a section that runs east and west that you could go back to?
Yes, I can. Here's the section runs east to west, like cutting in the center almost.
I guess, I mean, just to follow Henry's comments, this notion of lamination, I think, and coupled with this notion, the other idea of perforation, either large perforation where the soccer stadium is, or smaller perforations where the housing is located. Those offer opportunities for, I think, interactive spaces that produce the opportunity for the kind of combinatory urbanism that the studio is really addressing. At some point, I think, and I admire the project very much, but at some point, I think, the repetitious slabs, which don't seem in this section to begin to have much interaction with those perforations or with the idea of lamination, I think is the next step. So you've got the idea of these two strategies. One is kind of horizontal, one is vertical, that produce any number of opportunities for, I think, some really quite both horizontally and vertically, and then what kind of spaces are a result of that. Right now, they seem contained within themselves.
I agree with you very, very much. As I've been looking at the project more intensely last 2 weeks, like just walking around the model of what I created, I start to discover space that I I wasn't aware, like through the process I created. So it would have been very helpful if I could have another 2 weeks, let's say, to further explore the opportunities.
Sure, I understand, but it's just sort of what I find really intriguing is an idea of laminated public space, or laminated urbanism, or perforated urbanism. All of those are really intriguing combinations to me that I think the project provokes, and I hope you have time to explore more.
Definitely.
I just wanted to add something, Calvin. I don't know if you can go back to your aerial axonometrics or a model that's aerial.
Sure.
Back one to the where we see the red mass floating over the water.
Oh, okay. The red mass.
Yep. Yeah.
Sorry. Here.
Oh,
Is this one you're talking about?
There was a burgundy mass floating over the water midsection by the bow tie of water.
Ah, okay. Give me a second.
Yeah.
This one.
Right there.
Yeah.
And I specifically, I think that this issue of continuity and flows becomes very, very interesting to the point that Henry brought up about water. And one of the things I find very interesting is that to the northeast, you create, in a sense, for the athletic precinct and the hotel, this landmass which has its own topographic destination and and then on the west, you actually have a more organically distributed city. But this burgundy piece that, in a sense, is the gasket over the water that comes into the site or the river's edge is very, very large, a little bit undifferentiated, quite a shadow caster. And in a sense, it has neither the intensity or intention of the aerial landscape of the theater, of your theater space that overlooks the stadium. And nor does it have the kind of flow of the water's edge that seems to occasionally break into your residential area. So it seems to me that the kind of intention and intensity of these continuities and flows versus independence of each other, comes to this kind of point of, I would say, crisis at this particular moment at the water's edge. So maybe it'd be interesting to hear how intentional the dimension, mass, and scale of it is.
Yeah, this one was a bit tricky. So this piece was created at the same time when I created the bar housing, like along the edges. So they were created together. But I actually think this one is quite interesting, like this piece itself, because like I would say it interacts with all the programs because it has to, just because it's the piece that is physically touching other programs, and specifically it has to react to the opening for the river. So maybe this I wanted to say maybe it's this diagram that doesn't really do the justice, but in perspective it is dynamic as you move through it, as in it undulates, it have cave conditions underneath. So but I do take the comment on like it's casting shadow, but I to me I don't think that's a problem if the programs are working with the need.
Well, what seems aspirational about it is it's a link between the two sides. The two sides have been made so very, very differently. And it's a chunk of, a little bit more of the chunk of the other side than it is on the housing side. And yet it's at such a liminal threshold. And I think Henry's point about the water being sort of tentatively gasketed through this slender channel to become a little bit more of a lake that's most generous on the freeway. Seems like, if anything, one could actually flip that diagram and make the water most generous at the water's edge and make this particular mass incredibly slender and offer incredible tension as if it's just a slender piece of a strand over the water. And so to me, it's just a kind of a question of these forms are quite compelling, and one wonders about the kind of iterations that it might take on.
I actually see that. I see what you're saying now. I think because when I was designing this, I was thinking about how to funnel people from the south toward the north. That's why I kind of open up south just to welcome the city. Like that's the gesture of that. But I didn't realize by making it smaller at the north would have that effect, I guess.
No, it's got a lot of potential.
Yeah.
It's a really compelling scheme.
We have to move on. The
Okay.
water will be very evident in the next game. There'll be a real clear kind of commitment.
Okay.
Thanks, Colin.
Thanks.
Jim, can I respond to your laminated public space? I got you? Jim? I lost him? What's your name? Oh, dear.
I'm back on.
Jim, the laminated touched on interest in the studio, and what I was much more interested in terms of the solution was their connection to the operational strategy of the combinatory. And in this case, it was one of the 5 elements that they were using to make up that system that produced lamination. I was interested in the connection of its opportunities within this particular problem and locating the formal structure of how that occurred in terms of its organizational spatial ability, meaning the translation of a broader kind of an idea, right? That was the focus that I was interested in, maybe being a little overly optimistic in such a complex problem. Does that make sense?
It does make sense.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, now we have Sori. Sori, are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, you may start. Can you put it on full screen mode?
Oh, no, it doesn't work. Why?
I think that would be a control L.
Control L, right? Hi, I'm Sori Kojima. My game called Carving. This is because I create the canons between the site. So like looks like a gracious. I'm gonna present device to the 3 parts. First one is the process and the organization, and then the skin. So in the process, I'm going to talk about combinatory model interfaces, and then move to the combinatory model on site, and we'll talk about urban strategies. This is my combinatory model. At the moment, I try to use the one surface and cut the different line or part. And I found the interesting thing is once I cut the surface, one piece of the surface, it becomes like it can create sectional moment, like negative and positive that happens in the one piece of the surface. So for my scheme, combinatory study is more like study how to organize the differentiations between the different elements. It's called step 1. And then I will talk about urban strategy a little bit. Eugene is like one of the most healthy cities in the United States, and the orange part is a hiking space, and it can see like many sports things happen around the river. So this is our community. This is our site, and just next to our site there is the Oxygen Stadium and also University of Oregon. And then I also found there are several schools around the site. And then I was thinking about, since Oxygen Stadium is the biggest stadium in Oregon, so I think it can be more like community sports center. So it can be nice awareness of the health for public, and also like cultivate the next generation for the sport team. This is I found.
Uh-oh.
I started to look at the combinatory thinking about site by combinatory study, and then I found I was thinking about what it can be fit the site, and I found there were many small islands that's inside the river, and then so there are many activities like carry out the small boat, even swimming. So I found this quite interesting that what I can do, just the site is being next to the site, and then I come up with the idea by the islands that I can create another island to have a relationship with the site, and then also it can be divide the site to the two parts, but actually it becomes a center because water activity can be connected to site. So some most of the places around the river site would be more recreations activity, and the urban side will be more commercial. And then I was thinking about what I can make the center, the site, the big huge site as a center to connect the river side and urban side. I started the step 2.1 is start thinking about how to have a relationship with a river, and it's like some is really aggressive, some of them is use the negative, the positive and negative. So use the get water in, and then I found why not get the water from the river side and get out from river side, not just like chlorine and fluorines one. So 2.2 is like I changed the scheme by programming, and like 0.5 is I was thinking about what if the sports center is in the riverside, and then eventually I decided to put the urban site as a sports center, and then riverside for more residential program. That is because I want to sports center can be more connected to the urban, and then people can be. So is anyone speaking right now?
Okay. Go ahead, Sori. Let's continue.
Okay. So this is organization. So I'm gonna talk about the connecting tissue and the program organization. This is the way I connected. So basically getting the water into it and it cross the bridge and put the different activities between them. So it becomes the automatically become a connective tissues to connect the river site and the urban site. And my scheme is high density around the river site and high density toward the road site. This is a site plan. So close the river is housings and stadiums. Between is canal and house is around the river side. Sorry, it's a road side. This is my axle. This is a different program. So basically, I cut the water in, and then I also create the green roof to connect the except the people can walk around the riverside. Also, I hope people can walk use the green roof, so it can be create a big green. So this is my middle the housing, and this is the office. So office in the teacher is in the second floor around the riverside. This is a hotel. So when hotel people come here and they also can see the beautiful view, and also they can see the sports. This is stadium.
Excuse me, can everybody mute their mics, please? We're getting some background from some others. Thank you. Go ahead, sorry.
Okay, so this is a big public. So it can be create a big public space. So this is a circulation. This is a Biaco one. I used three different, two big circles to make the site can work. And also I create the bike to get in. The circle one is a public drop, and the double circle is housing drop off. This is a pedestrian circulation. So so people, if people want to get into the riverside, they don't need to really walk with the car. They can across the site by the different big plaza. And so I'm gonna go into the floor plan and the sections. I think I already explained pretty much about how the site work. So I'm gonna skip it. So this is like a hotel. The left side is a hotel, and I create the big plaza, so people can come from the plaza and get into the house, hotel, but also it's connect to the urban site. So it's like they have a different positions. It's like public and private is mixed together, but it doesn't bother each other. This is my section. So the long sections from the urban to the riverside. So you can see from the section the stadium, the housing and office, hotel and office, can see the stadium and the hockey area, and then swimming pool, canals, the bottom side. So it's like a little bit like a mountain and the rivers. Also, I do in the section because I want to talk about I say that the riverside and urban side can be connected together. That's because I created some connections. There's some small road connected into the architecture, but yeah. So it can be created because when talk about sports space, they have a different height. So I take it as bench as the connectivity space. This is a different sizes, like, so can see the details on it's in the upon the swimming pool, and the swimming pool and the connectivity and the hockey area is connecting. So when people cross that, they can see a different sports happen here. This is the corners. From corners go to the from urban site go to the river site. This is a housings from the river site. I cut the huge wall buildings by different board. So when people walk around can see difference. Sometimes it's because you can see a housing, sometimes you can see the river from different perspective. This is I'm imagining like people come from the water side and see the building. This is the people from a hotel look at the stadium. That's it. Thank you for the time.
Sari, please go back to your site plan. I think that would help us all to get back into your project.
No.
I want to say something about, just this the site because I know it so well. The Willamette River runs from south to north, so it's like the Nile in that sense. It's very unusual in that. And Eugene is where the two forks kind of come together, and then it goes up all the way to Portland. So here it's very shallow. It is more like a marshland. These islands are pretty stable. It doesn't really flood here, and the islands are very, they've been there forever. You could build a hotel and it would be there forever, and and you wouldn't have to worry about it. But what happens in this area is that there's a lot of groundwater, like everywhere, so that if that soccer stadium is at grade there, what Henry Smith Miller was pointing out is true. It would be very marshy. It would be a very wet soccer stadium because there would be so much groundwater that seeps up. Autzen Stadium, that's across the river, is up on a hill because of that effect. And in fact, most of the University of Oregon stadiums and so forth are above grade. So there's no way that the soccer stadium could be at grade without it being marshy. And I mean, that's not necessarily something that unless you're there, but that's also there's a lot of rain coming down all the time, and so that's affecting it as well.
Well, I actually, when I looked at the plan, and I think this is called calving, we see all the 10 projects, I'm not sure. And she invented these islands, which I think is really kind of a nice choice because the islands have two sides to them. So I'm no longer on the side of the river, I'm in the middle of the river. And I think that's smart, but you're right about median water level. I mean, I'm from New York, so I'm used to drowning. Now we have plague, but that's, I got all sorts of problems. But this one manages this amazing thing. And if you thought about reclamation, if you're going to carve out a canal, you're going to have a lot of earth. So I think that, everybody's trying to have a surface. I talked about the delamination of the site, but there are assets that you could take from your canal and actually plop them over to wherever the soccer field is, because you're not going to want to move all that soil away once you build a canal. So there's a kind of economy and a handshake in this project. And you're right about that. I mean, I'm not familiar with water, but we do have a water table present. And I think that might be kind of interesting to think about the fact that you move the assets around and you replace earth with water, and then where you have the earth, you can actually build a berm, or you can use it to manage the water. I like this project in the plan development of it, and then somehow when it gets to the architecture, can we go forward to the one of your other plans that shows the shortcut across the middle of it? No, it's a plan view.
Yeah.
Keep going. No, keep going. That one. Uh-oh, it's hard doing this. I have a kind of interesting question.
Yeah.
Which is that thing. And I don't know whether it's brilliant or just accommodating because it's a shortcut, but it's a narrow shortcut, right? That takes me from the island over to the hotel, I guess. And yeah. I think that there's a lot of sensitivity at work here in this project from a landscape point of view. And somehow the buildings they're not there yet, but that can happen. The fact that she managed to make this kind of, well, it's like a canal, really, like Amsterdam. The dimension of these spaces, the intimacy, the closeness is going to produce a kind of community. The only thing I can think of that has happened recently has been in Rhode Island, where they built something kind of like this in the center of the city. It was very popular because people could abandon their cars and get close to the water. But so it's from morphological. I also like the word calving, simply because, of course, it has to do with the change of the perimeter and form. But the buildings themselves, I don't know, I kind of get lost at it. Also, if I look at the ratio of the width of the roads versus the buildings, there's a kind of tremendous amount of side coverage that might not be so necessary. But those are small considerations, given the fact that she's actually made a kind of building in the middle of the river. I like that.
I wanted to ask a question, and maybe it's a broader one, about the process of the drawings, the collages in the beginning, and then to this point of kind of banging a scheme out of those things. Your first slide, or one of your first ones, showed these reiterations, and then a kind of final one. And my question is, when do you know what to keep from those drawings, and when do you know what to get rid of, or what do you have to change in order to accommodate, let's say, the site, other things, and how much control is one in of the kind of a priori? It seems, if you go back to that slide, maybe now that we've digested the scheme, we can look back at what you considered your last version of your drawings, because I thought it was quite compelling.
Barry, go to the image with all of your models in sequence.
This one? Oh.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so that's this right here. Can you zoom in on that for us? I think that would be interesting just to see. So that, because we see the bridge, okay, that was kept. We see the main figure of the stadium.
But let me try.
Well, anyway, so I just think it's interesting, and I'm sure we'll see it in other projects, when we see things that are jettisoned or simplified, from these drawings, or things that are manipulated, like, well, this shape doesn't work for what? This kind of program, or this kind of building mass? Because I would say there looks like a lot of things in here that I would have kept and not gotten rid of, perhaps, in the scheme. So I just find this interesting, like whether or not these get simplified from the collage or whether they actually get enhanced. We're almost there. You're zooming in on the wrong one if you scan
Drop
to the
down
bottom.
a little more. The key word here is estuary. And that means in hydrological terms, it means it kind of leftover and replacement and displacement all at once. And this model down there, we can't seem to get at it.
Yeah, why can't you zoom in on the last one that you did? We can't see it. That's the first.
Barry, go to the very bottom.
There we go. Stop.
Now make it bigger.
All right.
Okay.
Now what works in this is that the forms do not have the same overall plan section. And
right.
I saw a drawing earlier. What I liked about this was it wasn't your average, squiggle. And I was thinking, how about that? That you could actually occupy these spaces with different programs simultaneously. And I think a lot, when you started making architecture out of this, you got kind of timid about the fact that these things were strange. Well, I think it's the very strangeness is what makes this project work. And now, of course, somebody mentioned the stadium floods. Well, I would say, Piazza Navona flooded. So let's let it flood in the winter. It becomes an ice rink, I don't know, and really get going, because the potential of this particular model, and you can see it in the gray of the water, is a kind of flat mirror surface.
Well, yeah, what I wanted to point out was, I mean, the use of the grid is really successful and powerful. And so we end up with a bridge here, which is interesting. But then when we put it on the site, you know, I think there's a house here at the end of this bridge. I mean, it's a kind of residential neighborhood over here or something. So, I mean, at what point do you say, okay, the collage doesn't work? It needs to be moved over or shifted or manipulated. And I think the studio in a way. So I think it's super powerful that this kind of formal beginning is thrust upon students, and then they're asked to interpret it, and we can then judge what kind of variety comes out of that, like what kind of personality, because they're not all the same. They seem to be evolving in different ways. So I'm simultaneously saying, yes, you want to keep the literal because there's successful formal operations going on, and then admitting that, you know, it's not going to work. But what does that mean, not going to work? Like, is it a conceptual problem or something to do with the site or other things? And I think that's kind of the game of the studio. And I think it's a really interesting one. But I'm going to start to challenge things that I think like, why didn't you try to manipulate that one or keep another piece?
John, you're talking about obviously the absolute essence of the studio. And in the thesis or the attempt conceptually is to take something that clearly has nothing to do with the problem. It operates with its own internal formal system, and there's an agreement that it has the capability of producing coherency, organizational coherency and spatial coherency. And then this leap is this enormous kind of shift to putting it to work. And it requires what the attempt was, is there's no singular solution. They have an incredible, they have the ability to manipulate this thing because they understand how it operates. But with that also comes, you mentioned at some point she left the system. Yeah. Now we're in really delicate territory. I don't know, Henry said that you can move and move out of the kind of the limits, let's say, of the rigor or of the operational strategy, which is somewhat predictable at some point in terms of your initial 5 generating parts. You can start moving it. And now, and for me, it gets into a very dangerous territory, because I had the same feeling about this one early on, that it has to do with some now more subjective talent and facility that can do that. And I'm going to be, for me, that's going to be difficult. I think in this case, it's basically, I'm not sure she even understands what coherency is or what it is, the organizational, whether she has control over her own project. But the bigger conversation here is making this enormous leap into a relationship with the formal structure and its requirements now under huge amount of pragmatic kind of territory. But asking a lot. I understand that.
Yeah, but go ahead, Heartbreaks.
Tom, what I like on this project is how she's treating the water and creating new islands.
Yeah.
Could be development to a very nice project. Before I leave, I have to make some comments. I always like to be in your urban planning, no, it's urban designing, actually, city designing studios, because it opens up this very, very big difference between you guys are approaching city planning and the European architects are going to plan cities. Because urban planning is very different in our point of view than city designing. Urban planning, planning is, you know, planning means Planung in German, and planning, Planung, in this German word is embedded the meaning of anticipation. So if we are doing urban planning, we never think about urban designing cities. We are more bound to creating new infrastructures, possibilities which allows the next architect to unfold their own a way of thinking. This is a very big difference to all the projects I saw in your studios. I saw some of your projects in of your students on Penn. It was the same. It was a city designing thing. When we are talking about urban planning, we are talking about infrastructure in terms of energy, nature, transport, mobility. This is the main issue. And from that point of view, we developed the formal language. I have the feeling, what I can see here, it's the next step of Camillo Sitte's designing process. And I have to say, you know, we have the shutdown in Vienna, and I was walking through Vienna, which is a kind of Camillo city, walking through Vienna with all, they say, beautiful places, squares, streets, all the things we learned that this is the urban planning issue. And I have to say that it was like a dead body without blood, because there were no people moving around and nothing happens there. It was pure Camillo, boring, dead Camillo City thing. I hope that your exercises with all this formal development of this formal language will create a kind of blood and liveliness in these formal games. This is what I have to say. I'm always hanging on, and it takes me a while to understand the approach to your ideas of urban planning. That's all I have to say. I'm sorry I have to leave because I have to get up very early tomorrow talking to Chinese guys which have no ideas about urban planning as well.
Well, we've had some of this discussion before, but one of the things you would have to separate this project in terms of its larger tactical strategy, which would be the breaking off of the island. You could subtract everything and look at the big idea. And if you looked at the 10 of the schemes, this will have kind of a very particular kind of notion of how she treated site and operating site at a very kind of major level. But the next one, I agree with you. The discussion is, I've been very focused on architectural, spatial, organizational opportunities at a large scale. And the question is the nature of that scale. But as you know, the opportunities today are increasing in terms of the aggregate of the city we deal with. And so for me, the question would be, what would be the limitation of that aggregate? I know Marion and I, we've had that conversation too, because you've done projects that I'll claim are large architecture and they're not urban. And it'll pursue the same conversation as where's this line between control that we're allowed to in architecture vis-a-vis the more performative, the broader kind of terms that we put on urban thinking. And I'm looking at that scene, and I'm fully aware of the critique you're giving, because I think that's our own critique of this in terms of where are we actually limiting out of our own singularity of intention or our limits in terms of our own intellectual capabilities, etc. And we're at some threshold here in terms of scale, whether it can be done under a singular system. Do you agree?
Tom, formal-wise, I like all these exercises, but the interpretation of the forms, staying with the forms, and there is no new approach to a new city. For instance, water as an energy supporting system could be a a great interpretation of all these blah, blah, blah programs. And I'm sorry that, what's her name? Sori. I'm sorry that it's only a sport center. It could be much more than a sports center, yeah? Education and whatever. New program would be very healthy for this kind of very beautiful treatment of the river, I have to say. Yeah.
Let's focus on just one aspect of it.
I can't hear you barely. It's a very, better, yeah.
I've been fascinated about the limits of organizational structures that deal with these types of problems. And I've been focused on levels of systems that have the complexity, the diversity, the variety, the malleability that are in synchronization with the types of problems that they're trying to solve. And in some way, it's that simple. It's that singular kind of notion. And I'm looking for those kind of capabilities. And I just ask you, what's out there? Because I'm looking at kind of a dearth of actually systems that allow us to do the things we're talking about here. But who's doing it then? And what is that exploration? If you do look at it as infrastructure, I agree with you. That if you can see this as infrastructural, and it does have some open-endedness for some limited amount of interpretation architecturally.
I have to say, when I was walking through this Camillo city, I was wondering how we can anticipate the upcoming in a new project like this, anticipate how people are moving. I don't know how to do it, but we have to do that because otherwise it's only a formal exercise. And to survive in a city like Vienna, or European cities are this is the point of departure of my argument. It's our cities here are old, medieval, created by the Romans, the creators from the Roman castells. And it's very different, I have to say, very different. And I have to be honest, it's hard for me to get into your shoes to understand. It takes me a while. If I would be there like I was 10, 20 years ago, if I would be there longer than a year, then I would understand completely what you are doing.
We get the whole jury. This is we're somewhat limited by the time and the group of people that say to do what you're doing, because my suggestion to the group would never discuss the form, only discuss it in the performance group. But it's again a bit more complex of a problem.
You know that I like this discussion very much because your wording is so different than our wording. You said, I just put it down, opportunity land or something. We say it's a potential. And if I translate it, it has a complete different meaning in our language. And this is, you know, we have this discussion all the time with Eisenman and with you and Moss. So the globalization is not global. It's not finished yet.
We got to move on. Wolf, take care.
I'm sorry. Good night. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, I think next is Ian. Ian, you ready?
Yep. Well, you can hear me, right? Oops. Everyone hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay. I'll begin. So I'm calling my project the Hammerhead, and it's a combination of the stadium, a notion of a spa, and a high concentration of built density. I'll go through and begin with the combinatory studies. So in the initial combinatory studies, I was interested in kind of two opposing ways of producing combinatory form. One is through kind of like fusion and concentration along an edge, and then the other is to produce, to organize along a field condition. Following those initial combinatory studies, I expanded the possible systems to look at other ways of organizing the site. And I chose to go with this center system that I'm calling the indigo system. And the reason why was that the range of typologies that are embedded in the morphology of the combinatory system seemed to me capable of accommodating a diverse set of programs. The next phase was to align that combinatory model with larger notions of the site. I quickly studied the program and noted that the most important things to locate was going to be the stadium, the live work mass, and how to deal with the river. So in locating the stadium, I took the idea that you already have a continuous form of green space and recreation space and used that to locate where the stadium needed to go. I then identified where the main street was coming off of Springfield and used that to align where the live work masses would go. And then in looking at the river, I found two interesting conditions. One was there's rapids that are in line with the site, and those small islands that are also opposite of the site, which produces the hammerhead shape, which becomes the namesake of the project. And what I found compelling about the strategy was that I could reduce a complex model into what could be essentially a relatively simple diagram. I'll proceed into the scheme. So this is the scheme as it's been translated. Perspective off of the river. Again, the primary space that's being created is this node that's right here in the center of the scheme. And it's surrounded by all of the live work units. And it's a sunken park that is meant to kind of, in a way, also mirror the sunken stadium across from it. The front of the scheme is turned into a spa, which I'll talk about, which I think for me is a way of programmatically bridging what would be a large recreational complex with a lot of living and working units. The site circulation is centered around essentially two major loops. This reduces the amount of needed road area for the site. And the site can be conceptualized now as kind of three interlocking pieces that are connected by that loop. You have the soccer stadium and hockey arenas, which have been congregated into a large complex, a hotel and spa, which sits adjacent to the river, and the other needed program for the brief. So I'll go through the first complex, which is the stadium. And what I've done is I've taken what normally would just be kind of like three separate structures. And I, based on the combinatory model, if we move them together, we can create a unified entrance pavilion, which would service all three complexes together and would become kind of the confluence point for athletes, visitors, family. The stadium is sunken so as to reduce the visible profile from the city. In a way, if you're looking at it from Eugene, all you would see is almost kind of like a landform mound, and the stadium would be beneath. You can see here that there's a cut happening in the land. So with the idea of locating a spa on the site, it became apparent to me that I needed a way for it to be both private and public simultaneously. So moving into how the spa works, the way that it operates is that it's partially sunken below ground so that at grade, you would have pedestrian movement on a park along the river. The hammerhead piece is the only piece of the spa that is above ground, and it cantilevers over the water. I base kind of the organization on the way that spas are typically laid out, which is based on a thermal cycle of rest, heating, and cooling, as well as the three types of auditory landscapes that spas are normally based on, which is a social space, a silent space, and a whisper space, which is based on the hotel, the spa, and the underneath saunas. The saunas are actually in line with the river rapids. And using the combinatory language, we can also produce the liner that would be inside the spa. And the way that it works is that these light wells, which are these vases, embed themselves into the spa to allow light in. So those light wells serve two functions. One is to be furniture as well, urban furniture up above, and to allow light into the spa below. And then the final piece is where living and working happens. And the diagram is relatively simple. It's a courtyard space that's broken up with an object kind of pushed through it. The way that the surfaces interact in a way will produce this kind of like layering that was also part of the combinatory model. And these are views in that space where it's neither courtyard nor building, but kind of a combination of the two. And so that residential space and that courtyard is actually on axis with the entrance pavilion that leads into the stadium in the section here. And that's my scheme.
Hey, Ian, can you take it back to the site plan?
Yep.
Yeah, and how does a hammerhead that you spent a lot of time talking about contribute to the strengthening of the overall concept? Because the concept seems to have this undulating, larger strategy upon which two courtyards are dug in, right? One being the stadium and one being the courtyard around the four towers.
So the courtyards are happening inside the site. I think it's important to have a way to link programmatically and spatially the two courtyards along the edge of the water as well. So that hammerhead shape is elongated so that it kind of cantilevers out into both spaces so that it's visible. And programmatically, it bridges notions of recreations with notions of living.
Well, I think you're doing I think some interesting things are coming out of this, and it's quite a nice project. I really like when you pointed out the central space that is a hub for all the sports facilities, right? As a kind of, I don't know if it's a lobby, but it's some kind of entry space that they spin off of. I think that's really interesting. I think that gets to the heart of the studio, wherever things can combine, right? And start working with each other. The other is, yep, that spot. And then the line, there's an axis that runs from that you mentioned, links the residential pieces. And then the third thing is the towers aren't really towers at the base of them. So they're actually big kind of L shapes, right? That cut in. I think that's really great too. So at least even those three things I think are getting to the point of the exercise and create these very hybrid conditions. They're not really singular objects and buildings, but there are a little bit, you know, like the towers almost get absorbed into the lower pieces, which I think is really interesting. Yeah, I'm glad E asked about the hammerhead. I mean, I like the piece. Is that my takeaway though? I wouldn't have named the whole project out of that, but that's just a small detail. You know, I mean, it's one of the pieces of many, you know, in the project, but I think there's really a lot of nice things about this scheme.
I think what's very interesting about this manipulation at the formal and the programmatic is that the kind of biaxial symmetry that's organized around this wishbone right here, and I'm just kind of looking at that this interesting kind of wishbone right here is setting up your relationship to your hammerhead, but we've got something here and something here that are very, very different programmatically and in terms of their engagement. And yet they're these kind of twins that are doppelgangers of each other, the super large open space and then the differentiated ones. And I think what becomes really interesting, and something I appreciate about the scheme is the breakdown of this edge. And the hammerhead, I think, is really just a notational idea that in that breakaway, just like these islands, something special is produced. And yet I think it, in many ways, is far less interrogated. This hammerhead is less interrogated, as are the towers that are marching along the back. Those are less interrogated, I think, than this almost Mobius-like journey that, you know, you might imply on this ground plane. So, you know, I think there's something very, very interesting about the scheme, and very interesting about the allowance of a landscape element to become one thing and then another across the trajectory of this kind of biaxially divided site.
It was actually one of the interesting things that I pulled from the combinatory model, where local symmetry would give organizational order despite there having multiple things that are adjacent to each other interacting. So yeah, a lot of the scheme is based on the idea of symmetry, but not on a global scale, but more of kind of things paired in sort of dualities.
It's super interesting.
I like the attention that you've paid to some of the qualities too, the auditory qualities, the, you know, the sound, the silence, and, you know, and so forth. I'd like that to affect some of the reasoning behind the submerging of the stadium, because the stadium would be loud, right? You know, when there is a soccer game going on, and maybe that's kind of better than just the idea that there's one view, you know, that produces, you know, this you want to block the view, say, is the reason why you would submerge that stadium. I think it needs a little bit more of performative qualities. But on that issue of qualities, I'd like to wonder where you'd go next in terms of creating a kind of materiality of this. I think that there would be a very, a set of, say, a very rich material palette that could become another aspect of the qualities here, not just the formal ones, you know, so that when you're in that kind of, in this space or in this zone, there's a different sort of feel, right? You know, and that further differentiates, and it further creates these interesting conjunctions between these kind of moods and modes that can be produced when those things come together, where something is like, you know, wood lined, and then, you know, it takes you out over this, you know, concrete promontory or something like that. I could see where there would be a lot of those juxtapositions that could get played at the kind of level of the body and its interaction in the space, because it is so bodily, right? You know, there's a lot of body in this, and I think that it's great potential. I'd like to see it, you know, its iteration as it goes on. It's a lot of project to do that.
One thing I would like to mention that maybe it tied to what some of the issues that they were raised in previous project, and even when the thing that Tom and Wolf were, and Tom explaining the logic of the beginning, I think what I found really powerful about your project is, I think yours takes to the full stream and benefit the origin of the process, which I think in some of the other projects they were much more concerned to find certain concessions to more conventions that we would approach a project of this scale. And I agree that these projects operate somewhere between a massive design building and urban scale. But I think the context and the fact that this is working in a fairly mid-sized city and it's not a massive city, I think these things matter too in what is the level of absurdity that this can tolerate, which I think is a very, I'm very, actually, I like a lot the idea, the approach of how the studio is approaching it. And I think your project takes that to the full stream, because I think it's almost a collection of anomalies, but accumulate them and put it in close relation within that, and not making too many concessions to recognizable types. I think then you start to introduce what is the full potential of that. There is an interesting outcome too in your projects. Another which I'm very intrigued is that the distinction between the plan and the elevation or the volume of it. I find it that interesting because in the initial steps, there is a high level of density that happened in that level. And then when it became three-dimensional, suddenly they all became much more polite and friendly. So in a way, it's almost like there is a kind of a very different horizontal densities versus the vertical density, which I wonder what will be the way to start to think about that. So there is, I don't know, I always thought that there was an interesting idea that in one way or another been happening in the global culture, but it's something that was happening before, which is the idea to transpolate qualities from one city to another. That you will take an ultra density piece and they will put in a low density city and so on and so forth. And I think your project is start to address that issue. I really think, to me, the next step in this, and I think program and strategy, of course, is part of it, but I would really like in which the literal possibility of the origin of the process can carry even further. Of course, I am fully aware that that will create a whole level of other complexity in how to deal with it. But I think we are in a moment in which we need to start to think in that sense when we think the city with that level of freedom when we come to the literal. I don't know, there is something really, really peculiar about that. And I'm fascinated by that. And I think the kind of a very borderline absurd origin of the process, Tom, I find it that actually incredibly logical because of that. But I wonder how much you can keep it and how you can push it and how you, when it became three-dimensional, there is a residual that comes from the city scale that most of the projects seem to do more of the decision is still on a plan view. And I would like to start to see more like the whole understanding of the three-dimensionality as a way to start to deploy that. And that maybe are the next steps for this.
Having seen the projects at the end of the fall semester, I'm noticing that the projects are taking the strategic thinking that was taking place in the fall and now finding ways to develop these strategies three-dimensionally. So the representational consistency across all the projects, I think, is it's interesting and helpful to some degree because it's easier to see the differences between the strategies of each of the students. I guess it makes me, it leads me to think a little bit about what does the three-dimensionality add? We know that it's critical to be able to spatialize these strategies. But the difference between when the project appears as objects and when it dissolves into, I guess the key term in the studio is connective tissue. But when you're running from place to place and doing things on a daily basis, you work there or you live there, you're running to eat something or you're grabbing coffee or you're going to see the sports game. When you're going from place to place, I think the role of the object is diminished and it's there, but you're not paying attention to it. But then there will be other moments when your attention is completely fixed on what appears as objects in the scheme. So I think in general, all the projects, especially this one, are pretty strong for its capacity to fluctuate, I think, between things that can be figural and appear as objects and things that can simply dissolve as space that supports program and infrastructure. So it's a very interesting aspect of, say, this combinatory logic of taking multiple semi-objects and having them come together as one kind of gelled scheme, if you will. I don't know if it's really possible in a design studio to ever fully anticipate all the different things that would emerge out of schemes like this, you know. So I think maybe like in the final semester, like a real impacts might actually be an interesting thing to speculate about.
David, I think if you take the premise that the whole thing is being developed as one project, then the kind of idea of starting from a formal point of view, whether it's object or space, is probably somewhat valid. But I do think you do run the risk of not really, I would say, adequately exploring this idea of combining. And part of the problem with combining, and maybe the way it's being defined here is that there is a possibility for separation as opposed to combining. At the first level of scale, it's very likely that this as a site is an isolated object, as you were speaking, addressing this idea of the object, because of its definition as a project that is one huge project. And I think to some extent, the idea of entering this process from a formal point of view, like John Enright has posed to us, is very meaningful, but you have a long ways to come in order to begin to break it down and to make it more combined. I think Wolf's point is really interesting from the standpoint of what are these vectors or energies or infrastructure, he called them infrastructure pieces. Those are the blood vessels that connect things. And I find one of the most challenging aspects of all this is how do you activate those things by combining, and I always think of the program as the source of combining things from when you start with this idea of this as a place, the earlier scheme, which actually created an island, it gave you a hint that the city is really defined to some extent by certain armatures, one of which is the river. It is very continuous and it extends way beyond even the city, but it is a very major gesture in the city. So the idea of actually creating an island, I'd like to think of that scheme as kind of a mini kind of Roosevelt Island. But it's the combination and the way of using the energy of the river, where you put housing on one side and offices on the other, where all of a sudden those uses begin to work together. The walk to work sort of thing is very clear. So in a way, I think all of these schemes are really starting from the premise of a kind of formalistic idea, trying to understand how you can combine things to activate and make a really interesting thing. And what we wouldn't want to have happen is by the virtue of trying to put a handle on this, for example, in this case, there are 3 different zones. And what happens is that you're beginning to segregate because it's hard to manage these 3 different zones. In a previous scheme, we saw a neighborhood which is more residential and grid-like, and then the big thing is left as a second neighborhood. So it's really the combination of these things and how do you activate the conduits that connect everything that is really a challenge here, I think. And, I think it's, there's a lot there to talk about.
We put the next scheme up. We have one more scheme we have to get through. But this discussion that we're just having, it's unfortunate to look at this image that has objects, and Ian will tell you I was trying to suppress all the towers. That's another discussion. But the implicit or even explicit connection to the combinatory is absolutely an attack on the object and a promotion of relationships, blurring of boundaries, hybridization, and the invention of new typologies, morphologies, having to do with these interconnections, which are all about relationships, right? That
right.
Very much understands. And it's attacking any classical notion of organization, looking for new forms of organization, which have to do with very different ideas of what make things coherent. which has to do with predictable behavior of these elements, right? And then with that, this huge leap from this abstract language into something that's hugely performative. That can be discussed only in terms of performances if they choose to.
Yeah, I think the last, but certainly not least, is Alonso to finish out the first half of the review. Alonso, you good? You're on mute.
Yeah, okay, yeah, here I am, just connecting. All right. So now for something completely different. Thank you, everyone. Let me share my screen.
Alonso, remember 5 minutes.
Oh, yes, I'll do my best.
Is that Eugene in the background?
That's Eugene in the background, yes.
It looks like Cal Berkeley.
That's it. It's part of my immersion process. Yeah. There we go. Okay, let me know when you can see my screen, please.
Yep, we see it.
All right, good. Okay, well, hello and welcome to this virtual presentation. Mine is the axis scheme from here. Is anyone seeing this kind of little pop-out window with gallery view? Is that obstructing my monitor in any way?
You're fine.
I'm fine.
Yeah, just keep on going, Alex.
Okay, great. So, well, okay, my name's Alonso. The advantage of going last is that I can skip over a lot of stuff. So let's just jump straight in. This is a script that I worked on at the beginning of the studio, and it involved, as you can see, a prominence of surfaces. I stacked them to the limits of my processing power and had them interact with subtracted objects, generating long fluctuating masses and large-scale ovals, voids. So here, this is a genetic material that led to the formal development of the project I'm going to present. Now, the other chromosome that's needed to create the project is of course, its context. And I would add that this is doubly important in times of a lockdown. When designing an urban project without visiting the site really jeopardizes the legitimate attachment it can have to its surroundings, to its people, to its program, and to all the particularities that make it unique. So we're going to run through some of these findings for the purpose of building an urban argument that gives meaning to this design. And then we'll dissect it to show you how it works and how it fits into the city and what are the urban experiences that have sought to provide the community of Glenwood. There we go. I think we can skip these two. By this point, you know the specifics of the site. But here I want to call attention to what I call the Glenwood paradox. You know, it's a space that everyone goes through because it connects downtown Eugene with downtown Springfield, but nobody ever stops at, even though it has a beautiful riverfront and a privileged location that's central to a lot of outdoor activities. So Glenwood's lack of appeal may be traced to its demographics. In their own words, they describe themselves as a place for retired outlaws and hippies. This is in their own website. And they talk about how they're looked down upon by their wealthier neighbors. So while Glenwood is proud of its riverfront, it seems it doesn't have the capacity to develop it, and it's struggling with some kind of sense of identity. Another interesting fact, and here it's just going a little bit deeper, it's just one question: why are there no tall buildings in the area? And so this leads us to another idiosyncrasy, and that's that people there don't like tall buildings because they don't want architecture to interrupt the view of their surroundings. The tallest building right now there is a mid-rise from the late 60s, which is only 18 stories high, and that marked the end of towers in the whole county. So the program itself also has some singularities. The first is the prominence of mid-density housing, which would provide 1,000 new units for the 15,000 housing unit goal, which is the county's current urban plan. Overall, housing represents 50% of all the program requirements. And the second point is one that luckily you already spoke about as well as other presentations, which is the inclusion of the sports complex that has a sizable soccer field. And it's noteworthy because Eugene does not have a major league soccer team or a hockey team for that matter. So we can only deduce that this is a bet on the future popularity of the sport. So in order to build an argument, we have, this is just a quick recap, we have a project that's driven by mid-density housing. We have a sports center that's probably meant to service the entire community. This is located in a district where people pass by but don't stay, and where additionally tall buildings are discouraged. So the first thing that we'll do is to define a local strategy. And it's meant to provide not a milestone building, but a neighborhood that the program calls for. So we'll do this by densifying most of the program that can be stacked so as to kind of clear the site and let the medium density housing and the public space occupy as much of it as possible. The second strategy operates at a regional level. Here we have the sports program, which will be a new attractor for the people throughout the county, and a possibility of connection with the surrounding outdoors activities. So the program that we've previously stacked over here will now turn into an infrastructural bar that will connect both ends of the river, with the sports program inserted right in the middle of it. So let's see this again at a larger scale. The site provides an obvious opportunity to integrate all the outdoor activities that take place across the river in Springfield, and to connect them with the new sports center on the site and the continuation of the Interstate 5. If we go back to our program view, we'll find the prominence of this bar building, which now hosts the hotel and the high density housing, which are easily stacked and which both can benefit from the views to the river. This cluster here of the hotel, the sports complex, and the high density is where they're deliberately collided, provides architectural opportunities that we'll see later on. Now, the big trade-off of why are we stacking all of this is that we now get a public space that is not only consolidated, but it's 25% higher than what was in the original program requirement. And it would be right at the heart of Glenwood's new residential neighborhood. If we recall the combinatory model from before, you'll recognize the surface treatment with its cutouts. But now it has a new element that's a direct consequence of the site analysis, which is the big infrastructural bar that the project is now appropriating and splicing into that original genetic material. Let's take the project apart, even briefly, just to see how it works. This kind of dissection by layering allows us to strip one level of landscape from that's detached from the ground, which I'm calling roofscape, for lack of a better word. This roofscape here is what's going to help hold together the multiple buildings in the project and to keep the combinatory system from becoming needlessly complicated. If we go through the ground plan, this view allows us, is good to describe or to kind of understand how the project works. The ground plan is best described through the focal points that people will gather in. Towards a local public space, we have the consolidated bus stops, we have the retail, we have the riverfront. All of this goes around the linear plaza. Well, here on the other more the regional public spaces, which I'm calling here, which are by the infrastructural bar, they consolidate the entrance to the corporate center, the hotel, the sports center, and a kind of event center that I have over here in the back. Now it becomes paramount, to integrate this project into a city that we respect some of the city's existing geometry, so as to make that connection as seamless as possible. Circulation-wise, they work at different levels. We've reviewed how the main road works, and here we can see how these ancillary vehicle loops provide access to the housing in a very simple way. At a pedestrian level, I wanted to make it extra clear how a person can reach the river, can reach the site from Glenwood, and once inside it, can reach the river. Once again, the linear plaza here is a key element to achieve this. So if in the future there will be a riverfront connection kind of going across it, which right now does not exist, then this project would completely integrate that and weave it into its own circulation path. One quick note about the massing is that 50% of the site is empty, meaning it has nothing built on it. And I add this to stress that this deliberate densification over at the bar, kind of exceeding the original boundaries of the site, really does provide a good trade-off of that increased ground level public space. Now, to truly understand the project, we need to see it at this scale. This is how let's see how the project articulates the height of its buildings with the existing height of its own residential buildings and the height of its surroundings. So you can see that there's a clear intention to make this project kind of be woven in and to blend in and to kind of mimic that topography, so it feels like a part of the district. If we zoom in a little bit more, so we're going twice the scale, we can now appreciate the scale of that linear plaza. Rather than the traditional block plaza, this one here deliberately mimics that neighboring topography in order to keep the perception of the buildings as low as possible. And if we zoom in a little bit further at an architectural level, we find that the collisions between the different programs, and here we go back to the combinatory system, they generate programmatically interesting solutions. For instance, here we see how one of the buildings kind of goes into the bar and it generates a space from which to look at the soccer field. And then, and all this is connected with a multiple story entrance from the hotel. So these are the kind of architectural experiences that are afforded by this method. And if we scoot the image to the side and see it, the linear plaza, we can see how the continuation of this combinatory surface helps us create this linear plaza that's at the heart of the neighborhood. Now, if we cut this section across the other direction, we'll see how the differentiated massing allows for different program uses. The general scale of the mass has been done so that it allows, so that it's suitable for apartment buildings, either being single loaded or double loaded. And while larger masses, the ones over here, are perfect for retail. So if you want to put an IKEA in Glenwood, like this is the mass in which you can fit it. Now let's take a quick look under the hood to see how the housing works, which is the key component of this project. So this is a typical medium density housing project. And you can see how it's intercepted by paths going through. This would be a part of that linear plaza in the center, and with the parking working as a underground bar cutting across. Its form is really articulated and marked by that roofscape I mentioned earlier, and it's deliberately fashioned to increase the volume of the void that's the linear plaza. And all buildings are oriented east-west, to favor optimum sunlight. Then if we switch to the high density housing complex, this one is completely self-sufficient. This is the part that's on top of the bridge. And just as a general idea, it's facade presents opportunities for augmenting the perception of the river from the outside, maybe using a reflective glass or reflective material on the facade that would double it, and to provide sunlight control through the use of Brito lasers and kind of awnings. So now that you have a general idea of how this project works, let's go down to what's really important, which is what are the urban experiences that this project will give this very particular set of users. Now, to do so, I've prepared a set of quick watercolor postcards. We need to go back to 20 years. So this is a kind of a wishing you were here postcard set, highlighting how the site would be seen by different users. So let's start with the main part, which is a linear plaza. This is what the general community would see. This is the view that's open for the general public. You can see the roofscape that I mentioned before, kind of here turning into the ground, into a depression, and then going back up again. And that allows for subspaces here. That's where the pines are kind of embedded, and which could be kind of smaller scale spaces like a child's playground or a dog park or anything that's integrated within this large urban space, which is at the same time connected with Glenwood. I mean, this is seen from the street and with the landscape in the back. Now, the alternative to this is what would be seen from the residents' point of view. And here, considering that all the medium density housing buildings have shared terraces at the end of the corridors here, as you can see in the previous axon, this is all laid out so that everyone has a view and has some connection to that main plaza and to the river. Now let's go to the opposite end, which is that more dynamic end where and more intense. And here we find that almost chthonic path that is the road that connects Glenwood with Springfield, and on all the different programs and buildings it collides with in the way. From the hotel that's on top, you actually have the interior track, which is right here, which is the slab here, and then of course a stadium, which is kind of the biggest program there. Seeing it from the other side, we now see that the stadium has been completely inverted as a typology. So instead of being the shut-in stadium, it's now almost a drive-through experience. And on a kind of personal note, I mean, who knows if this will be the future of stadiums in post-COVID times. Here at the top, we see that kind of run-in track, we see the hotel, and here we see the streets that lead you straight to the linear plaza into the neighborhood. So everything is completely connected. And if you kind of picture it from the other side, the end point of those streets going across is the stadium. So here, if we walk down that road, the one that I just mentioned, this is a type of section that you would see between the buildings. If one wants to walk from the linear plaza to the opposite end where the stadium is, where we just were, the buildings themselves act as a sort of connective tissue because they orient you and they lead you back and forth between the two different intensity poles. Now, what about the people that don't go into the project? I mean, what do commuters see, as they're driving by by Glenwood? So this is a kind of view going across the existing bridge over the Willamette River, and here they'll be able to see that there's a visible development. This is the sports center. The stadium is right in here. That's full of life, and it's kind of tantalizing. And provides a kind of tantalizing new face for this development at Glenwood. From the other end, this is the other side, buildings are deliberately scaled down. This is the end of those long elongated masses. And they're scaled down so that they can match the height of the existing houses in the existing neighborhood. And once again, this is 100% of Glenwood has this site. And when I mentioned earlier that we could fit an IKEA in the project, I really wasn't kidding. The project is large enough to accommodate a monumental regional impact. And on the other side, that's good for Glenwood as a district. But at the same time, it can allow for small scale community buildings that are familiar for Glenwood as a population.
Hey, Alonso.
Yes?
Yeah, wrap up.
Okay, two more. So this brings us to the overall effect is how do we want the community to perceive the project? I believe the project should connect the neighborhood, the existing neighborhood at Glenwood, to the landscape. The river is a pride and joy in Glenwood, and it should be displayed from every part of the district without having to go through any hurdles inside. And then just as importantly, once again, on the flip side, the question is how do people at Springfield perceive the project? How will anyone that goes across the Willamette River or any of the people who pass by the current Glenwood through Glenwood without wanting to stay in it, how will their perception be changed at the site as seen from the outside? So what I hope to have done is to really create a project that can transform what's right now kind of just a district buffer into a real extension of that community that enhances the best that Glenwood has to offer. That's as short as I was able to make it.
Okay, I want to mention we have some of our afternoon reviewers starting to show up. We are just wrapping.
Hey, David.
We're just wrapping the presentation from the final reviewer in the morning session, and we're providing comments now, and then we'll begin the afternoon session.
Well, I was going to comment on. I mean, first of all, Alonso, great. I thought this was a very, very clear presentation, and it's nice how you took us from your observation of the site, some conclusions. I mean, I don't know. I thought it was like, I was thinking on the previous project that it was really greatly developed, but I thought it was maybe a little too heavy-handed for the site. And it seems that yours, it's a little bit more sensible to what exists, to heights, to things that are, let's say, even though to the reach of the architect as a master planner, politically and maybe culturally complicated to get through. So I think this is an interesting project in that regard. But the comment I wanted to make was like maybe a kind of differentiation between, and this is something that Tom was describing before, the idea of working through kind of connective tissue and sort of systematically, strategically. So I was sort of wondering, what is that connective tissue? And I wanted to make a difference between sort of morphologies that their consequences that you will have to sort of pour programming, like you pour concrete, versus morphologies that are more like program engaged, means that they have within their seed the possibility that typologies will sort of be, be more friendly. And I think your project, even though a little bit heavy-handed when it comes to the sort of banding parallel to the river, it seems to at least be on the side of not the sort of program pouring morphologies, but the program friendly morphologies. And I think that's an interesting thing as you actually begin to sort of find what is this sort of connective tissue. The other issue I thought is that the idea of landform building, especially as sort of discussed by Stan Allen, as a sort of way of somehow finding projects or architecture that kind of moves between object and field. It's an interesting kind of typology that I think all the projects should look at, especially this one, where they're sort of maybe more landscape heavy. I think my main issue with this project is maybe the sort of heaviness of the bar that I like, that I think is interesting. But I think just crossing the river, it seems that there's maybe a little bit more engagement needed between the ground and that sort of banding and the way that bar kind of just does that big gesture as it actually crossed the river. But overall, I mean, I feel like your project has a kind of seed of being interesting. It just needs to maybe like find in section, especially the way those sort of housing blocks begin to meet the ground. It seems to me a little bit too easy to just like, go from like whatever the height of those bands, maybe like 8 to 10 floors, all the way to 0. It seems that it will need more developing in that area.
Hi, this is Jim Williamson. I guess I want to start by saying that one of the things I find so intriguing about the set of projects and how the project is set up is this, I think Hernan called it, this absurd proposition of beginning with a set of formal strategies that are combinatory and then are applied to a site that has nothing to do with the origin of those formal strategies, which force the architect to actually to develop a set of interpretive moves that are appropriate for the site and appropriate for the program, and that are also true to the challenge that comes out of the first formal exercises. Challenges which should, in fact, force us to re-examine preconceptions and other and practices as architects. And so I really love the project in that way. And this project, I think, may, in some respects, sort of be the most architecturally accomplished in a conventional sense, but I'm not exactly sure that it's as successful as others might have been from the point of view of the project brief. And one thing I think that is telling here is just how much in control you are of the project. And the control that you have over the project, I think, is at odds with the challenge that one is given. To me, there's too much control. It's like, I've mentioned this to Dora before. I think that it requires that we as architects almost take on this kind of a project requires that we as architects almost take on different personas as we utilize these strategies. Feyerabend, in writing about the philosophy of science, said that science should be done by scientists and alchemists and tarot card readers and housewives and children, right? That it requires that kind of limberness, and to some extent, a willingness to let go of control. And so I really appreciate the project, the set of projects. I think in this case, though, your authorship or your authority as an architect may be too strong.
Jim, I know you this way. You're a phenomenal juror. You're surgical and you're absolutely precise in your presentation. Alonso's smiling. He has 10-year practice and he's tooling. And the joke is between us, and he's smiling at me right now, is I can't quite deprogram him because I'm interested in precisely the messiness and the kind of challenging to the tradition of organizational strategies. And it's a work in progress.
Yeah, that was very well put, because that was a kind of the story of the term in a nutshell, in one sentence. And I thank you both for your comments. And I have to say that there is a kind of some wiggle room, and there has been, and I'm very appreciative about this, within the course, to kind of find one's position, because this is a project that could be 100% architectural or 100% urbanistic. And of course, the more it tackles, the whole scope, the better. I believe the reason why I'm kind of last in this first set is because I'm kind of at the end of that line of the projects that are much more focused on kind of the urban experience, and that implies trading off some of that control, some of that more formal control. And now, if you compare this with my day one, then you would smile at the progress. But yeah, I think that this is kind of the experience of everything rolled up. Yeah, but
Alonso, what I have really appreciated is that you felt very compelled to spend roughly 7 minutes building up the kind of urban argument and observations. And it was terribly important in your thinking and also in your evolution of the scheme for those factors to take on a role. And so I really respect and admire that rigor and that kind of pulling back to the kind of panoramic questions of that site, that setting and its possibilities, and that leap to say that you're going to cross the land, literally to unite it with something that emerges from this whole process. I think it would be, and I would never recommend this under normal circumstances, but I think it'd be really great to return to your first formal exercises with maybe a lot of alcohol in your system for a moment, and to see what happens if that got, in a sense, could have its way, so to speak, with the rigor with which you want to impose the kind of analytical urban questions, which are indeed so serious. And let them battle it out, the id of the ego here, of the kind of ego of the kind of analytical and the kind of predisposition to the clarity of a formal architectural sort of synthesis, to something that allows the limbering of that initial exercise to work with what I would call the limbic system of the waterways, the limbering of the topographic, and even the limbering, I would argue, of almost the infrastructural. Think of Kaju Bridge, think of the Hoover Dam, think of the kind of infrastructural possibilities of what this bar across the water might be that is more than just, in a sense, a multiplication of the Marseille block. And so I think it would be super interesting for you to take what I would say this incredible analytical rigor and submit to the kind of formal unpredictability and chance that's created through that initial process, and see if it can actually come back and deflect some of this rigor and carve away at some of the clarity that emerges, to see the connectivity that might come from these systemic places of relaxation that have to do with hydrology, landscape, and some of the other things that you've touched on, but in a sense could submit to further.
Thank you so much for those lovely words. And thank you for appreciating the previous research on it. That's one of the things that I think that I kind of genetically cannot dissociate from kind of rigorous argument building. But the just fun fact, I ran out of booze in lockdown on the first week. So I really tried that, but that was short-lived. And overall, I hear these comments, I mean, so well, and I kind of look at the bar and like, okay, well, this is an ode to urbanism, to modernism, and I do look forward to kind of completing, to continue that kind of struggle between the kind of control and the loss of control, which is really part of the reason why I'm here at SCI-Arc. One thing that I find interesting is that, you know, this project, this proposal has been described as kind of very egocentric, as in with very, you know, with a lot of authorship. At the same time, I could also see it as being the less egotistical of them, because it's much more about favoring the community and not kind of being embarrassed to put an IKEA logo on one of the renderings. So it's perhaps I've tried to kind of also weave that authorship with kind of loss of authorship and making it about what something that's more tailor-made for the community. I think that's a kind of interesting.
Oh dear, territory again. The whole notion of authorship. That's going to have to be another conversation.
Yeah,
we're going to really go at it on that one. There can only be authorship. There's no such thing as public authorship, right? It's you are under control, and you have to take responsibility for that. What you bring in that conversation is the public. What is the broader social, cultural, political, etc. But it is your hand, and it is you're under control here. We got to move to the next group. We've got a timeline. Hey guys, thank you so much.
Thanks everyone
for your contribution today. And we're going to start the second game. I see Wes has arrived. Hi, Stephen. Stephen arrived.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody, to the first half. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great work, guys. Awesome.
Well, you can stick around.
Really interesting set of projects. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay.
Congratulations, and it just for future, it's Willamette. These projects look beautiful. Yeah. Congratulations. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Yes. Likewise.
Okay.
Willamette.
Tom, would you like to introduce the second half yours?
Yep. Okay. Wink is on her way. I just heard from her. She'll be a little bit late. She'll be here in a minute. David Erdman, of course, from Pratt. Do I see your face? Yep, you're here. Stephen Hall. Thank you, Stephen. Again, I'm going to see you Thursday, I think. Am I correct?
Yeah, we're looking forward to it. Everybody's excited that you're going to be on our
another
and it's open, right? Anybody can come. We're going to allow anybody in to see that. Wolf Pricks is going to be. We're trying to get Coy Howard to show up.
Oh dear, fantastic. Wes Jones is here, and of course we have Hernan, and we have John Enright and David Rui from SCI-Arc, and then my group, Isoni and Karen Lorman and Daniel Kuski, which is right with me here, that have been part of the studio. Okay, we want to go to the first.
Yeah, so let's have Shi-Chi.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, let's start.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh wait, Tom. I think
sorry.
I think we should. I think we need another introduction to the project for the
yeah,
new.
We're so late. Why don't we get with the presentations now? It'll come out really quickly. The relationship between the early organizational idea and its disconnect, let's say, from any obvious connection to the urban problem, right? And their demand of making these connections between the abstraction and the formal idea is right, and its disassociation from the problem itself.
All right, Shi-Chi.
Okay, yeah. Can you hear me clear?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Let me share my screen. Yeah. Okay. Hi, everyone. This is Xiuqi, and now I will introduce my Eugene scheme, Dissolved Age. At first, please let me briefly introduce the combinatory study I did in 3 weeks at the beginning of this semester. In that period, our studio tried to use combinatory language to design the relationships between different elements, and we also to dig into the organization of the relationships. This model on the left is what I called it Loom machine, which one is purposing to achieve a feeling of some texture twisted together. So I used multiple layers in this design, and I want them to influence each other. And on the right is Lemon-Stone Cave. I used most abstraction way to process it in order to create a complete but also complex texture. And at here, there is the family of Loom machine. We tried a lot in every choice, and actually my scheme in Eugene is triggered from Loom machine number 8. So I also gave this name to my scheme. Okay, now we formally enter my scheme Loom machine, Dissolved Age. In this site, we are determined to build a comfortable community with sports, hotels, working at the residential functions. This idea is based on the power of this river. So in my design urban strategies, what I did at first is to reshape the riverbank, stretch it and bring it into my site to provide citizens more possibility to touch water. And then I keep the grain of city growing inside my scheme by using this strategy to integrate nature and urban. I also create another typology in the middle of them. These age buildings as a transition between the original typology to riverbank. It also accommodates most of program in my scheme. And this is my master plan. Now I am coming to introduce my organizational strategies. In my scheme, I mainly focus on the riverbank and to recreate to a public pedestrian area, which was given a high vitality. As my main connective tissue, it has really important role on connecting different programs in my site, and it also linked the site with surroundings. Behind that connective tissue, I arrange most of program along the riverbank for the purpose that people can enjoy the real nature view at these buildings when they face to river. And then behind the age buildings is a large area inhabitable elevated landscape. I think this is one dominant feature in my scheme. I defined it as an artificial hue, which created another type of landscape in my site. This elevated park lacks a raised carpet, fluctuating from urban to the river. Seeing it from urban is more like a continuation of the horizon. Because my design interrupts the original landscape, this elevated park also compensates the connection of the origin nature from west to east. And underneath the big surface of landscape, most of buildings are hidden. These buildings' elevations are dissolved or even disappeared. So here, these programs become part of the landscape, and their existence shapes this artificial hue. In our site, we have 1 soccer field and 2 ice hockey fields. As for the soccer field, it was arranged along the bridge, which one is going to upside bank. I want it to become a real public space for citizens, and it can work for people who maybe just pass through here, maybe just jogging here or playing football games leisurely. And then this is my overall program diagram. We can see there are some orange nodes plugged in inside my buildings, which is the public space like the gym, sports, small community centers to serve to the citizens. And now I want to show some sections to zoom in a little bit in my scheme. At first, where I show here is the place with the highest density in my site. I arranged residential and working space here, and also create some small nodes in the middle of the buildings. That small nodes become to another scale of parks in my scheme in this urban. And in the middle of site, here is lower density and higher accessibility to the river. There are some pedestrian paths across river and also provide some place to stay and relax for citizens. And at the east of my site, there is a higher degree of publicity. The main ice hockey and soccer field connect with hotels, which directly serve to the tourists. Overall, we can see from west to east, the density decreases. At the same time, the publicity will increase. This urban design shows the downtrend from west to east and then this elevated hill going down to the river. And also you can see some tiny parks are created in the void of buildings. And at last, there are some vignettes to show the relationship between landscape in my site. Like in this one, you are watching the age buildings and the Ryujin River from the artificial hill. You can also see what happened in the ice hockey, which one is under the waves and glass. And in this one, you are watching another direction from the residential house to see human activities on elevated park. And you can also see people pass through the pedestrian paths beside the riverbank. And then you can come to have a sun bath on elevated park. There are so many people out here to enjoy their afternoon. And actually, this park connects all of program in the site. Spending 10 minutes, you can walk from west to east, and maybe you can go to the soccer field or riverbank. And at last, here is a panorama to show Loom Machine overall. You can see the soccer field existing in urban, but it also becomes a part of the landscape which seems floating on water. So that's it. Thank you for listening. Yeah.
I think it's a terrific project. I mean, I wonder how you make that first decision between the Loom Machine and the cave sculpture piece. How did you make that decision? Can we go back to that first?
Okay, yeah.
The two models. I was looking at those two models.
You mean this one?
Yes, and I love the limestone cave model. You know, you know, the sort of carving out, this sort of, let's say, I don't know, the spatial potential of that seemed much higher to me than Loom Machine. But in the end, I think that somehow got into your project. You know, in other words, maybe, you know, you merged them in your mind, your creative work just merged them. I think the best move you make in the beginning is to make those cuts that bring the river in. Could we go to that diagram?
Yeah.
To me,
this one,
you know, this is great. This is your brilliant move, you know. And I think then after this, you've really engaged the site, you've engaged the river, and then the best pieces of architecture are the ones that go along those curves, those curve cuts. I think the most problematic thing for me is the soccer field. I wish you could just get rid of it. You know, I mean, it's this engagement of the river, and then suddenly that soccer field seems to block the edge. But I think overall, I'm very impressed with this. And I was on Tom Main's review about a project in Spain, and I was very tough. But this is, to me, is a light year above what I was looking at that other day. Tom, do you remember that?
I do indeed.
Sorry about being so angry that day.
No
But anyway,
problem.
I'm from the Pacific Northwest. I've been in this town. It rains all the time. The water is very important, and getting close to that water, I think, with the buildings, I think that's a brilliant first move. And I don't know if you could, you know, eliminate the soccer field and make that edge connect too.
For the soccer field, why I put the soccer field here is because actually in this game, I add one bridge to the opposite bank. This bridge is not here at beginning. So I think I want to make the soccer field as a really public space, which one can use be the opposite bank people and this side bank people. So both of the people can use this one. So I put the soccer field just along beside the bridge.
But unlike the curved blocks of housing that face the river, where you come in, the soccer field's not used every day. You know, the problem is that the lack of the times when the soccer field is empty, it's, I don't know, maybe there's another way to think about it, to line it with housing. I don't know. I mean, maybe there's another way to think about it.
Yeah.
But I think this is really this is the key drawing. This is a conceptual strategy, totally engaging the river and the site, changing the site.
I would agree with that, but I feel like there's a missing step here, which may have been supplied at the beginning of the first part of our session, which is related to the particular formalism that's being applied here. I absolutely agree that this diagram is important, but what I miss is where, you might start with that and then start in a systematic way, to begin to make these enlargements, let's say, of the river, allowing it to come into the site and all, but then for them to turn into the particular versions of that that are being deployed here. I feel like there's a piece of the story that's missing that gives these their unique shape and character beyond the insight of drawing the water into the middle of the project. And I recognize maybe that was something that, again, was talked about in a general way for the studio in the beginning.
I'm curious, is there a similar economic calculus to ameliorating flooding and exchange of shade rights along the river in Eugene as there is on the East River in New York City? Do you know?
Actually, that part, I'm not really get that part.
So
David,
basically,
right now, there isn't.
There's not.
There isn't right now, but there's a lot of mitigating regulatory issues right now that is on the table to be discussed.
I mean, one of the brilliant things about what you're doing, and we could talk about the architectural language and the kind of hovering, and I think Stephen touched upon it, getting the buildings on the water, densifying this edge, the way that builds into the culture of recreating in Eugene. I think all is kind of brilliant, but there's also the potential for there to be a kind of economic prowess to your scheme. At least in New York City, if you cut in and you mitigate through cutting in, you can sell that back to other parts of the river where they can deck over it. So you can essentially build a kind of cash bank. Now, I think you've spent all of it in your soccer field because I'm assuming, based on Wes's diagram, that you've kind of now added a deck that is going back over the river here. But the idea of channelizing and pulling those threads in, which comes from your kind of looming, the warp and the weft, the water under and the buildings over, I think could also have a real strong financial component to it if you were only cutting. If you basically said it, you're restricted to cutting, because that essentially gives me enough finance to make affordable housing here. I don't really have to worry about making rent at commercial rates, because just the mitigation would subsidize all of that development.
But even not even economically, just seeing it as an asset. She's increased the opportunity at Edge. She put the plan up. Put your plan
Yeah,
up.
and that's of course, as a recreational asset, that's great, but there could be actual money involved where she could sell, literally sell however much shoreline she's mitigated back to developers in other parts of the river who want to deck it over in order to make
the edge of the soccer field, by the way, was housing at one point. It wasn't.
That's existing land. I only bring it up because the idea of cutting in and then building over, both as a kind of financial and habitual strategy, with the kind of, I think wants to lead to a bigger narrative. And I'm kind of imagining the pulling of the daylight in and getting under these buildings gives the whole scheme a kind of cave-like grotto-ish set of qualities along those edges, which again comes from those two original formal schemes you were looking at. But there's a way to galvanize that into both a kind of cultural and a financial narrative that I think gives it some dimensions that go beyond, you know, the procedures and the methods that you use to get there. I think there is a cultural reason why you would want sheltered outdoor space and something that's more grotto-esque and cave-like in an area that, I don't know, Stephen, they see like 70% of the year's rain or something, isn't it?
Right, it's very dark.
Yeah.
It's dark and rainy. You know, it's it's raining a lot. And I would say that area, that matte building area, you know, that's a typology. Historically, you could say that Shadrach Woods did that in the Free University in Berlin in 1960, and where there's a matte building and there's courtyards cut into it. And I think the key to that project was that their courtyards are 2 stories or no more than 1 or 2 stories. So that would be the big criticism. I think the buildings on the edges that form the, you know, that flank the cuts can work really well. But I wonder about this matte building. I mean, it seemed to be, you have to break it up. I would take a diagram, a sun diagram, and slice it. You know, take the low angle of the sun, 47 degrees in that upper, you know, and look at the equinox and just slice that matte building so you just bring sunlight into it. That would be the way to develop it.
Interesting thing, kind of riffing on what David was saying, you know, when you have a property owner and you say, okay, first thing we're going to do is we're going to take a lot of the property out and we're going to flood it, you know, and it's a paradox. And then like, wait, this thing cost me how many millions of dollars? But the argument is kind of interesting. I think he alludes to it with kind of air rights, but you say, well, look, you've got a finite length, right? And now I'm going to make your waterfront, you know, actually 3 times as long, right? Presuming that like buildings in the water.
It's the classic Dubai trick.
Right. So, I mean, I think that's really interesting. I agree on the other comments maybe about it. I really like the kind of planimetric view of it when the buildings seem really big along the water and really wall-like, and it really becomes kind of 2 different schemes. I kind of would have found a middle ground maybe. I think the matte building could have been the whole thing and just been, there's been different discussions about it, how you could improve it. But the dichotomy of like really tall waterfront buildings and then a kind of backdrop, I think I would have questioned.
Well, I have to also now, maybe when you raise that issue and go into Stephen's characterization of a place as kind of wet and dark and that sort of thing, wonder about the relationship to the waterfront. You can see along the rest of the waterfront there's very little gesture made to it. And I'm wondering how much this community is invested in the water that way. I mean, I can see how maybe out in boats launched from marinas in different places in the middle of the river, you're kind of doing stuff, but right along the edge of the water in a dark and wet environment, you know, it doesn't seem like people are hanging out at the beach or anything like that. So I'm wondering what these kinds of waterfronts are like. Maybe the tall buildings are totally appropriate because you're actually standing off from it and just looking across it to the other side. But right at the bottom, where in theory we're drawing the water into the site, it's hard to imagine in that kind of environment, people sitting outside, you know, having lunch during the day next to a waterfront like that. But I admit I haven't spent any time there, so I don't really know.
I mean, I'm kind of imagining in her scheme that you're hanging out kind of under these buildings. You know, having spent a lot of time in subtropical climates, which are very different than Eugene, that coverage can be very valuable. You know, I mean, Wes, I remember you were in Hong Kong during that Black Rain event a few years ago, but like those are the kinds of spaces that you occupy during heavy rain. And I wonder if in relation, if in relationship to these other comments, there's, you know, in Stephen's comment about the sunlight, you know, there is this other edge that you could scallop and think about densifying that really is maybe more industrial, but also bringing light in to make that kind of mat area a little bit thinner or maybe better calibrated. But that is, I'm assuming, I don't know what that is. It looks like it's some kind of freeway or highway that you could think about a kind of vehicular series of indents here to complement the water and the pedestrian.
Yeah, actually, that's a great idea. See this. Whoa, wrong tool. See this as analogous to this. And just as this guy is doing that, like you were drawing, this guy could go that and kind of represent some incursions from that side into it in the same way, or balancing the incursions into it from the water side, and open it up a little bit more, so it's maybe not so overhung, like Stephen was suggesting, about the depth of the courtyards and so forth.
Okay, I think it's time to wrap this up and move to the next presenter.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Nice project. Very good.
Yeah,
Very
thank
nice.
you.
Okay, can we have Anush, please?
Yes. Hello.
Anush.
Hi. Nice to meet you. My
Give you
name
a
is
thumbs up.
Anush.
Friday, they should just eat each one. Difference allowed at this class.
Okay, Anush, you can start with the archipelago.
Yeah. Just a second, my screen is sharing. So, can you see my screen? Can you see my screen? Sorry.
Yeah, I can see
Yes.
it.
Yeah. So my project name is Archipelago, and this semester we started with combinatory modeling. And first, I was trying to understand how to connect combinatory model with real life, with the real project site, and connect with social cultural aspects. And in this project in Eugene, I found that the river is playing very important role in the city. And for society, it's very important because all around the river are walking paths and bicycle trails and all sport activities. So also, if you can see, our site is we can give a very good opportunity to connect all these riverside green areas and to create one big loop. So my big idea is to reshape river boundaries and let river to flow to the architecture and be one of the big part of new community. And my connective tissue is that green big area with the walking paths, which will connect all projects together. So the other thing that I'm very interesting is destabilization of the ground, and I tried to play with this as well. Here is 3 models which I did during the studies, and here is the master plan. As you can see, the water river floating to the all parts of architecture. And I started to connect combinatory studies with the architecture and understand how how different parts of it can create real architecture. So this is my program distribution diagram with numbers. Here is housing part. Houses are in a riverside and connected with city path. Also, this diagram shows the hotels, and here is very important part, the island, which is artificial island and part of the hotel, and it can create unique opportunity for tourists to stay there. So here is connected tissues and public path and sport. So this is the different facades. And here is about ground. In this project, ground is very important. It's not passive, it's active, and it's dominant. So with the stabilization of ground, I started to play with different levels of the project. And if you can see here, it's all sections. They give me opportunity to create space, not by level spaces, but all spaces together. This section is the section where I show the public armature, which is the bridge, which is going through all buildings and all public spaces. So here you can see how it connected with housing, with offices, and in the end, the sport areas. So this is view to the river and the hotel. The second section shows more public spaces and differentiation of the ground. So, in the third one, here is I created path, which is opportunity to go from the south side to the north side to the river, and to connect all activities and cultural activities, sport activities, and I tried to create the underground, all these parts together. So it's continuous public space. And this is the overall view of the project. Yes, so I tried to be quick.
Is that it, Anush?
Yeah.
Okay.
Could you go back to the section drawing that shows the deep cut next to the river? Yes. You know, when I see this drawing, I think of Paulo Soleri's Arco Sante project in the desert. And, you know, I think there it's all dry. You could cut it in a way you could believe that he could cut down and make this sort of gigantic excavation and somehow it would all work. But here where it's wet, where the water table is probably about a meter below the surface of the ground, I think it doesn't look, it's interesting as a drawing. I just wish it was in the desert. And then when I started to think about Arcosanti, I thought, you know, and I've been there, you know, I was there when he was still alive. And the thing about Arcosanti is it had all this energy of idealism, you know, like the belief in the ecological future and how we could live and how we could, you know, be another type of civilization. And I love that section that you made in this drawing, but I don't like the real estate dialogue. It gives me a stomachache, kind of Republican dialogue. I think that your dialogue should really be more idealistic, because certainly the forms are idealistic. So just to say that they're kind of market rate housing or something is kind of disappointing. But I think the project is very powerful, and I like very much the first move of the archipelago. I think the title of it, archipelago, makes a lot of sense. It's just that when you go beyond and make such a monumental thing, I think you need more reasons. You know, I mean, if you look at the history of architecture, the great forms and expressions like the Sydney Opera House, they have an opera house inside. You know, housing usually doesn't have such a, maybe in Arcosanti it has, but so there might be something to be said about the program not fitting the form.
Steve, let me respond to that. Again, this is John, you're there still too, right? Enright, are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay. In what you're saying, my goal would be represented by this section, but it'd be quite different than your comment. I'm willing to suspend all disbelief in moving Anish to where she was, to her capability of this kind of work. I actually, Anish, you remind me, was it 2 or 3 weeks ago? I'm going through Utsan, and I stop at a section of the one he digs in the chapel. You probably know it. And I photographed it and sent
Fantastic project.
and said, you're going to understand this section for the first time in your life because you can do this. And I'm willing to suspend all disbelief. And what I'm interested in is that if she believes in this, and if she's capable of producing something at this level of complexity and quality, I'm totally comfortable that I've achieved some objective pedagogically. And I'm going to agree with you in everything you say about its performance, because I'm an architect and I've done it for a few decades, of course. And I'm going to challenge it in those terms, but I have to say, I wish I could accomplish this more in terms of my interaction with the people I'm working with, because I am incredibly proud of her. The distance she moves is just absolutely phenomenal, right? I don't know if that helps at all. And I can get simplistic at this level in terms of my desires.
No, but what we're talking about, Tom, is the excellence of the formal composition, where the part below grade takes on a curve that then resolves itself in the upper levels, and then that opens out like a space of a flower to bring the light in. So, I mean, like I say, if this was in the desert, I would love it. You know, I mean, it's just that beside the river there, that's, you know, as a student, I think you should have the freedom to do whatever the poetic impulse leads you to, but in the end, you're going to be criticized. Everybody's criticized, you know. So right. I don't think my criticism of the water table being too high is anything that you should pay any attention to, because there's an excellence to the formal and plastic composition here that deserves what Tom said.
I think in an academic setting, your comment about the sense that these are idealistic forms or inspirational forms is spot on, and that again, in an academic context, the student should at least be responsible for recognizing that and making an argument for their appropriateness in this case. Now, that's not to say that I don't think the argument could be based in real estate or economics or anything like that. But in that case, you have to elevate that argument to match the level of the aspirations of the forms themselves. It's totally disingenuous to pretend that this is like just normal stuff and it doesn't beg or require some kind of explanation or justification. And this is not at the level of, well, you know, the water table is too high and the amount of effort you're going to take to mitigate that in the basement is going to make it unviable. But it's to say that, you know, we should have forms like this for this reason or that reason. And it makes great housing or it makes great office spaces or whatever for this reason or that reason. And even if this reason or that reason is because it looks cool, again, in an academic setting, I think we have to step back and say, okay, why does it look cool? What is cool about it? What do we mean by cool in this case? Because I think we can all, by this point in all of our careers, trust our eyes and the judgment that our eyes make to appreciate a form like this. But that doesn't mean we should let our eyes off the hook and just be satisfied without trying to understand beyond that why it is that we consider this to be cool or interesting or beautiful or whatever it is we consider it.
Well, I would add to that because we were here for the morning session as well, so I don't know what number project this is, like maybe 6 or something. But I would commend you on, I mean, the exercise of going from kind of flat to then extruded, that goes from the abstract, which I didn't realize is 3-dimensional, but that translation resulted in at least in the morning with a lot of extrusion in my mind, kind of extruded but slightly shifted extrusions. And I think your project differentiates itself from the class so far in that it's much more 3-dimensional. I put the section drawing of Arco Santi that Stephen was talking about. I just pulled it off the internet and put it in the chat if you want to look at that. Because it's a section of, you know, where he goes underground. Whether or not it's appropriate in this climate or not, it is certainly extreme in both its verticality and how far you go into the ground. But the idea of engaging the ground, I think, is a good one. But it is very 3-dimensional in the use of the kind of orb and egg shape, and then even these interstitial spaces. And I think I understand why Tom finds it successful for those same reasons. It's differentiating itself from some of the other work. I mean, to address Wes's question of like, why is it good? Or why do we like it? Or why, you know?
Well, I think in relation to the conversation, which in a way, I think at the end of the morning session, there was a little bit about, first of all, I think is in relation to the logic, what we were talking about, the origin of the project and using the process at the very beginning, which has what I call it a level of absurdity, but not as something bad, but as something positive. And the development of how to push the project all the way to here. I think your project does a pretty remarkable job in relation with Johnny saying, some other people have mentioned it. And I think it had to do with that capacity for at least one of the things I was asking in this morning was the capacity to understand the in between the city and the design object scale that all these projects operate, to use the 3-dimensionality for it. But I think in relation to what Wes and Stephen were mentioned, I think it's an important conversation to talk about how we judge that. I mean, you say at the table that the thing gets discussed to a point, and how we do that. So I think notion of temporality and what we obligate the projects to do, I think that's a tricky thing, because I mean, like when it's a Hellenic temple, but you can also think on Superstudia and Santelia and Archigram, and there are plenty of examples over time in which this theme is set up, not necessarily as a futurist thing, but as an alternative to thinking the reality. So for me, your project, if I were you, I would start to challenge also what are the possibilities of this. So I don't think it's wrong to say that it will have housing or anything like that. The question is, I will not make the assumptions of the things that are close to housing should be housing and so on. If you're going to push that, you will start to challenge that. And I think Stephen brought the point that it will be an interesting, actually, it will be an interesting symposium to have, Stephen. What how the form need to relate with the thing inside, or how much honesty the form need to have in relation to type. I think that's an interesting conversation to have, because I think sometimes we assume that, and rightfully so, but I think there is another chance to challenge that. And what I like about your project, for example, is in terms of the density that the things produce, it produced a massive disruption. So I think part of the problem is to define what is the temporality of this. If this is a project that is really commenting to a specific problem here, or this is a project that, from my point of view, is one that come closer to the idea to the process that was set up by Tom and E as a way to work and navigate at this scale, it starts to take to that level. And I think there are certain methodologies. What I think, if I try to answer Wes' question, why some of us we think is cool, and all that, is because for me is the way that you manipulate the prosaic problems of architecture start to intersect with the ambition on the other thing that you start to do, which not all projects did. So the way that certain elements that we recognize as architecture start to intersect with a much more aggressive formal language in a more successful way. It may not be enough, it's not enough for it, but I think there is an issue of proportion and all those things. But the other thing which I will point is incredibly civil in the scale. Your project is deceiving in the scale in the sense of it makes a sense of familiarity and make it smaller for us to appreciate it visually. And it makes it lose, at least for me, it makes it lose the sense of the true scale of this as a project. And I think that's an interesting issue about the problem of a scale. And I think the fact that we all work in, well, now forced by Zoom, but we all work in digitally. And it's one of the most, for me, fascinating things, which it tends to be underplayed, is the value that when you operate in a digital way, it's fairly scaleless. And the scale is a value that we assign. It's not predetermined in the way that we used to work when we used to work by scale. So there is something about the scalelessness of your project of not being able to understand what is the size of we're looking at. I mean, because I know what it is because it's a project that we are. But if you come and you tell me that this is just, I don't know, an education building, it could be. Or if you tell me this is an incredibly convoluted big house, it could be. And I say there is an interesting idea about that. And I think then the qualification becomes about their own internal logic. And your project develop an internal logic that to me is very clear to trace from where it started all the way to here. Then we can argue if the origin is rational or not. That's a different conversation. But there is a level of sophistication in how you push it through it that I don't want to undermine, because sometimes when we get unraveled into much more complex conversation, we tend to forget the basic thing, which is you did a pretty remarkable job as a design operation. And we all know that, and then Wes pointed out, we have an eye for it, and because we've done it, we've been in front of this review for hundreds of times. So there is an expertise that coming by knowing. It's like the old saying in Spanish, the devil knows because he's the devil, but he knows more because he's old.
I think that question of scale is very interesting, though, because on the one hand, I see being replicated here at the digital level because of the limits of the computing capacity. The same resort to abstraction at the larger the scale you go. And so one wonders if one were to examine this at the scale at which it might be perceived by a human, whether it would have the additional detail that the computer just couldn't handle for a project this vast, and therefore whether the abstraction, the simplicity that throws us off in terms of understanding the true scale of it, the true size of it, is just another one of these artifacts of the technique, the process, the machine, or whether it's something that's actually willfully determined by the designer here. Or even if the designer thinks that she's willfully determining it, whether it is just a limitation in your ability to conceive of that much detail when you're looking at something so vast, so easily from a distance like this. You can't crank that much into a model this small.
I would ask this student to study the history and the technique and the problems of the Sydney Opera House, because that's the scale that she has here, but which I'm not criticizing the project for that. because I find these informs very excitingly invented. But when Utzon had the sphere that he broke up and made the analogy of sails, under those sails are the opera buildings, and they're all on a platform. The problem was, Arup said it all should be built in steel. And Utzon said, no, I want concrete. So they were built in concrete. And, you know, he was kicked off the project. But then they're covered in ceramic tile. And it's really interesting. I've been there, and I find it's one of the most fascinating projects because the scale then comes down to the level of the tile, the experience of the platform, the texture of the interior pieces. You know, in other words, exactly what Wes Jones is saying is what I would find interesting in developing this. But I would take this form and turn it into something, a monumental program on another site. And I also think that as a student, you know, you can take your projects and then move them around in your imagination and your mind. You know, this doesn't have to be in Oregon to be a great, successful project.
I do think there's one contribution here, Anush, and maybe you can cycle through some of the images because we've been stuck on this one for a while, but
it's a nice one.
It is a very nice one. But, you know, I think part of the job of a jury is also to help you speculate on what you've come up with here as much as we can recognize your talents. And I think in line with Utzon, at least in my experience of the Sydney Opera House and to some extent with Solari, you know, there is a discourse about public space here, which I think is very different than the last project. There's not a big promenade. There's not big gathering spaces. Almost all of the spaces to me look like they're like 50 to 100 people or more intimate. So it's kind of medium to small. And that's very different than something that can gather like hundreds of people. And I think that the texture, the density, Hernan and others have touched upon it, but there's a very different construction, potentially a publicness here, which is more intimate and sheltered, which you could potentially level as an argument that might be appropriate to Eugene, where there are smaller groupings and not huge mass gatherings. And you know, that may be one of the takeaways I think you could take from the formalism and the density here that would give it a kind of cultural buoyancy and leveraging that I think makes it very different than what I saw in the last scheme as a kind of French Enlightenment model. It's the, you know, it's the promenade. It's what we would expect of this. Yours is much more cellular. It is a very different scale, and that has a very specific publicness, which I think you might be able to speculate on, you know, later. So, yeah.
Okay, I think, David, thank you. I think with that, I think we should all move on. That was a really, really good review for Anush. So, Shanar, can we have you come on?
Thanks, Anush.
Thank you, Anush.
Hi, everybody. My name is Shanar. I'm going to share my screen. So my project is here, Concurs. And the reason I named it Concurs is that later in the semester, as the project was evolving, it turned out to be an urban linkage, a public vessel to activate the urban life. This is my combinatory study. That was an extraordinary experience. It was an abstract, subjective, and intuitive process within a methodology. We use operational strategies in an abstract notion to bring innovative new conditions and ideas that are transferable to other languages. So the outcome is not singular. As you can see, it is an open-ended system of iterations. Implementation of the system along with a larger notion of the site was the next step forward in a 2-month span. Here started from February 10th, and this is my outcome in April 20th. And to understand, it was to understand the order of this organizational system within a site condition and use the progression and evolution of the system as a technique towards design. Another step was to understand the immediate conditions to the site and the multiple forces of the city of Eugene as a typical American Jeffersonian grid, plus an excessive natural layers as an extraordinary potential that a threshold site can have. The landscape expansion and keeping the flow of the existing natural layer alongside the river was a broader urban idea and an attitude towards the edge condition within the objectives of the project that I chose. Connecting to the other side of the river here to Springfield and the local area, Glenwood, and from the west side to downtown and the University of Oregon was another goal of the project. Considering the given land as a connector, a link as an infrastructure, locally and regionally was what I become interested as a broader urban idea that could give a notion to maybe the future projects that could happen in the city or in any city to work collectively in an urban scale. So this is the like the pure diagram of the urban idea. It starts here, and then the concourse or the connector come in. So from now on, what you see, I will call it concourse. And this is the site plan overall view, and it shows how the project sits within the surrounding context. Here, I will break down the systems, my takeaway from the combinatory system. As mentioned in the combinatory studies, with using operational strategies such as additive and subtractive, simple primitives like points, lines, surfaces, and volumes transformed into complex relationships. In other words, we use simplicity to organize complexity, to explore coherent urban and architectural topologies and typologies. I think it was a really good practice to understand how to explore typologies within morphologies. And it was really new for me. And this is like the combination of all the system you can see in my axon views. This is the program distribution. How the program is distributed within the site in the juxtaposition of the private and public programs to solve an urban need. I think I might not cover the whole program that the city suggested. I reached to like 70% or 80% in some programs as I try to not go higher. And this is like separately showing the different layers of the program, the landscape, the concourse, the housing, mid-density, the distribution, the location of the programs. And this is a diagrammatic ground floor as a mass void dialectic, like a figure ground to show interconnectivity of the multiple system with radical differentiations. Like in the exterior, when you see the in three-dimensionally, it seems like discrete, but here you can see the interconnectivity of the spaces on a ground floor. This is the circulation diagram. I try to show how the site in a rigorous way, in a rational way, connects with the roads outside the boundary, and how I'm gonna connect the pedestrian roads that are in light gray. Everything is expanding beyond the boundaries of the site. So this is the view of the elevation from, if you see the project from the other side of the river from Springfield, this is how it looks like. And when you go in and cut a section through it, you come to the point that it's in the middle of that concourse. So I started to develop this connection as my main public path. And I started to think about it a little bit more literal. So I called the entrance the mirage. And when you go within, in the middle of the pathway, you come to the point that you don't know you're in an interior or exterior space. So I call it the twilight. And at the end is the horizon. When you reach to the point that you frame the river, there's an ambiguity, like interior exteriority and exterior interiority, a degree of spatial variation to experience within the pathway. This is a zoomed in of the section that you can see how, like, this is the housing part specifically. And when you like come to the left side of the page, on the top floors are the offices. So like it shows a little bit how in a human scale you can move in it. This is a view, the elevation view from, if you look the project from east to west. And if you go in and cut, here's the stadium and here's the concourse. And the horizon, the twilight, the mirage is at the end of the perspective. Here a zoomed in view of the section that is from the east. And you can see how the stadium digs in. And on the contrast of this, the buildings are hanging on top of the river. This is an overall view to show like how the project sits with it, like from a scale standpoint, like how does it look like from an aerial view to see like the scale of the housing around the site and the neighborhood. It's a massive project. And actually, I didn't reach the program, so I think it could go even bigger. And this is a visualization of the pathway. When you go walk through it, this is the mirage. I call it the entrance of the pathway, the concourse. This is in the middle of that interiority, exteriority. Your experiences is different. You can see the housing on one side. The other side could be hotel and some open spaces in another level. And as you walk through, at the end of this perspective, you will see the river. This is from the other view. If you walk through the bridge from the other side to the project. And this is an interior space of the underneath the surface that the program for the two hockey stadium goes in. I would mention that the voids, the openings, these are one of my takeaways from the combinatory system. When I use the volumes to produce negatives, and the volume in my project is all negatives, they're all voids. And that's why I've become interested in the negative outcomes of some operational systems. So that's it. I'm gonna end the project. When I was visualizing the perspective, I connected, I'm gonna quote a poet from Rumi. I don't know why I connected to it, but it says that out beyond ideas of wrongdoing and right doing, there's a field. I'll meet you there. So that's it.
Well, this is one of my favorite drawings in your presentation because it's featuring light. These big carvings are bringing the light in. And I think if you could understand the preciousness of light in the Pacific Northwest when it's dark and rainy, and then, you finally get that piece of sunlight that comes in, it's like gold. It's like something, very, very valuable. So I would say that if you could just take this moment and somehow go back and rethink those 7-story canyons in between the main finger bars, and maybe you remove every other building and allow the sunlight to come into it, you'd have a much better project. I think I like the project because it engages the river, the cantilevered buildings. I mean, you know, this has been done before. John Nouvel did a cantilevered hotel over the East River, was never built. Would have been a spectacular place to be having a room there. But yeah, I think this is for me, the inspirational drawing, because you're inside, you're thinking about the light. And I also remember a professor said something I never forget the rest of my life. A building needs to be more when you go in it than when you look at it.
Put the plan on, Shar.
Can you see it now?
Yeah.
The edge of the water is still here. So these guys here are sticking out that far.
Yeah.
Is this a navigable waterway? I mean, they have boats and so forth going through there.
This is a running path, walking path alongside the river.
I mean, like, do boats go underneath here?
They could be, because like they're hanging on the river, so it could be like a marina. Yeah. And there's actually the boatway that is existing in this river, and people are using it. So
did you heard the previous student talk about drawing the river into the site, right? And trying to make some kind of connection with the river that way. One of the things I would hope in this kind of setting is that the students could actually talk to each other's projects and relate their project to some of the things they heard in the previous reviews. And so it seems like, you know, given the presence of the river, there is this assumption or expectation that some kind of engagement would occur. Yet we've also heard some pushback that says, you know, maybe in this area, the river's not enjoyed in quite that same way or understood in quite that same way. And this is, I would say, probably the most aggressive stance we've seen toward the river. And it would be interesting to hear you talk about why you chose to have the buildings go out that way, literally hovering over the river. I'm guessing they don't even have piers going down into the water, but they're just literally hanging up there like that. That, by the way, would have been a super cool image to see, you know, as a perspective or rendering, like the ones you showed of the canyon, or what Stephen called the canyon, but you called the twilight and horizon and everything. The image looking up at these buildings from below on the water level would have been pretty cool, I think.
I think it shows a little bit from this.
You know, if we were right down here, looking up, you know, tootling down in a boat like this, and all of a sudden this massive thing looming over our head, like the Imperial destroyer ship in Star Wars or something.
Yeah.
You know, that would have been a cool image to show us, maybe for your portfolio.
Thank you.
So anyway, there was a question in that. It's about your attitude toward the water and how these guys are demonstrating that.
Actually, in the start of the semester, I started like in the iteration that I showed you guys, like at some point I cut it and bring water, but like I changed my mind, like how the project goes. I stopped and I had a respect for the site boundaries to the river. So like my attitude towards the river stayed the same, and use it as a potential urban space to like a pathway that is going underneath the buildings, underneath the surface, and it, as it shows with the public path, the concourse I call, it goes beyond the river from this side, and it goes to the other side of the city.
Well, what's interesting is you sort of string your presentation along the story, of that pathway and, and that line. But the major move is all of these spaces here like that. And we see this canyon developed right here, but you've already got the canyons existing here, but you're not really talking about that too much and the potential relationship it could be making to that world. So in the absence of you talking about this line, I would have assumed the whole story was about this expression here.
Yeah, that's a great idea to expand this project. Actually, I'm showing it here as a whole, connectively, but you're right. Like it could be, the story could be developed, like how you enter from different, like the block, a block of a city comes to the bridges and the pathway to go inside that, like the middle void that it's inside the buildings. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it could be, you could imagine cruising along here, coming to the edge and then peering down in the hole thinking, okay, here's the river, but actually the river's over here. So you got to somehow get across, go over and do it again. So there's a whole thing developing there that we haven't really kind of emphasized in the presentation so much.
Shinar, I mean, you said that your focus was on the voids, and I suspect that is on the curvilinear figural voids. And I think what Wes is bringing up, and certainly something that I think is the strength of your scheme is, and it's kind of undeniable in its current state, is the kind of interdigitation, if you will, of the
interdigitation. Awesome.
Actual word.
Yeah, no, I totally believe you. And that's good too. Yeah.
But it is. I think the voids that you could be talking about are these. Not only back here. I mean, these are kind of, I think they're very interesting galleries. They could be galleries of different ecologies. I mean, the way you presented this with the, I would say quasi marketing strategy from the twilight to the horizon, I find that interesting that you tried to go there, but I would argue there's probably other ways that you could begin to dig into the scheme. And I think some of the potentials of these different scales of galleries to be, because it's so close to the university, because there's such a sensitive ecology along this edge, to begin to harbor either research components of the university, or there's a huge forestry program at Eugene from what I remember. So there could be land-based galleries, but there could also be, back to Wes's point over here, and can you go back to more of a, like the better view that you had of that space before?
This one?
Yeah, sure, this works. This is actually really altering the ecology, the aquaculture of this area, just because of the amount of shadow you're throwing on here. Now some people would say that's bad, but I think you could talk about that as mixtures of different types of art galleries or reef or what are called intertidal galleries, which are a very rich area of research right now in rivers and lakes and oceans. And it's where like 90% of the ecology of water bodies lies, is in like the first couple feet of the water. And so looking at what you could grow or harvest in shaded areas, again, if you built upon and just kind of speculated upon the current forestry program at University of Oregon, you could talk about a kind of future water-based forestry program that is looking at shallow waters, et cetera, that this could begin to give you reasons why you would do this. But it produces these interesting, again, I call them kind of gallery or exhibition like spaces that I find to be much more compelling than the narrative along the axes, or this narrative, which is the perspective that you showed us, and things that begin to speak about postgraduate or doctoral level educational ecologies that you could begin to stitch into this thing that give it a different level of urbanism than just being a park that you run along and that, you know, that you go by housing in. You know, some of those could be dorms for that kind of offsite research, if you will. I say this because there's a lot of work going on in this area. I'm involved in a couple of projects here in New York and in Hong Kong that are looking at climate crises centers. And because I have been to University of Oregon and somewhat familiar with their curriculum, it seems like something that with a little bit of effort, you could begin to you know, marry them. And because of the physics, I would say the interdigitated physics of your scheme, you could leverage those types of ideas.
Yeah.
Why couldn't the students sort of rewrite the program after they get
Yeah, actually, I was gonna say that. Like, if I had more time,
when I listened to it,
thought about it, yeah, I would like reprogram now that like we studied the urban conditions. Yeah, exactly.
And you know, when I hear David, I would think this would be, you know, I see 5 fingers that go out over the water, and if they were a new university, that there would be 5 ecological departments. They would be, you know, they would have this idealism divided into 5 sections. Anyway, they're like fingers. You know, one time I did a project in Ithaca and I started to study the Finger Lakes. Do you know about the Finger Lakes?
Yep.
Shar? No, I don't know.
So after this review, take a look at the map of New York, upstate New York, and look at
John will
this
get it for us.
phenomena of these long, skinny lakes. They're like a hand, you know, they're the Finger Lakes. Anyway, when I look at your project, I see 5 fingers. And I think the program needs to be more idealistic. And then suddenly, if those are university classrooms, first of all, they would have higher floor to floor, and they would have more light, and it could be more ideal. The whole thing would be more idealistic. I think the problem, actually, I feel the whole problem with the project is the program is too banal.
I will say I have a series of random points that probably don't amount to anything, so take it with a grain of salt. But first, I like the David, that word and that John put, the dictionary. But I always wonder if a dictionary put a word that doesn't mean anything and we don't know what it is, how would we know, right? But a couple of things, and maybe this is me, like everybody else is looking at everything this day through the glasses of the times that we're going through. I think there is an interesting thing going back to what I was talking about scale, in which I think the scale of this project completely changed, particularly we think in relation to education. Now, what we're going to have in front of us. I think the relation of the spaces that we're going to have to create, at least in the immediate future, in terms of how much space you're going to be able to put people in it. So I think the notion of a scale of buildings, at least for a short-term future or maybe a longer-term future, is going to start to change a lot. So when we start to see a certain kind of a scale, it may start to become more the conventional scale. So there is something about the massiveness of this that I think we start to read it kind of in the sense of urgency. It will change how we perceive this. So that would be the first thing I would like anybody who's working with these skills to start to reflect, which I think is an interesting problem moving forward. The other thing is specifically to your project, which I think is pretty precise. I wonder, and this is to me is one of the struggles when you operate in a scale like this, which is somewhere, as I said, city building. I wonder if the rhythm of the 5 fingers and so on, and the campus, which I think is a very clear but conventional strategy to isolate that. I wonder it would be interesting to start to take the pieces that are on the sports side and start to mix it a little bit to change the rhythm. There is also about when they all arrive to the edge. I'm not sure that they all need to have the same attitude. I mean, they all seems to be, I mean, they're longer water, but it could be a little bit more, it could incorporate more unpredictability, and it can incorporate more variation within that. I don't know, I know it's a super tricky thing, because in a way, you're trying to address all the thing about program diversity and all that. At the same time, it starts to make sense as a design composition. I mean, we're still looking at a design composition. And there are certain things that make more or less sense. But I wonder when you operate on the scale of this, if there is an opportunity there in which I will start to talk about almost like no micro scale, but smaller scales, and start to produce turbulence. I've been very interested lately with these things, about to start to create moments of distortion and turbulence in certain patterns of recognizable language. And even though your project is big and have a lot of variation, it's variation with a certain sense of similarity. So I'm not sure if this can be done or not, but I wonder about this and how much things need to sync with each other. And something I found really rich of the initial process when you guys were working with those kind of algorithm things and so on, there was a certain level of noise that as the project, and you're not alone on this, I think it happens more and more in most of the often, more often than not. As the project keep evolving, they start to lose in noise, and it starts to become much more, all the decision became like a kind of a domestication of it, even if it's on the formal level. And I'm not so sure if I will leave that so behind. And I think in your particular case, since you have this element of repetition with the bars, to start to bring back some of the noise, I personally think it will be kind of an interesting, it will add an interesting dimension to the issue.
Okay. I think with that comment from Hernan, I think we should thank Shar. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
To the second to last presenter, Xiao. Thank you, Shar.
Thank you so much.
Hi, hello. My name is Xiao. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Very well.
I'm sharing my screen. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay. Let's start it. So this is my scheme. My scheme is embedded object.
Yeah, can you put it on presentation mode, please?
Oh yeah. Okay. So I like to start from the combinatory model. We use it as a technique to generate different kind of typological form with different scales, position, and quantity of the primitive objects. The combinatory model can produce an unlimited variation in different organization systems. And the complexity does not only show on the top view, but also maintain three-dimensionally. So the continuity in each object could also be reflected in the section of the model, and each object is embedded with the potential to be transformed spatially. So this language could create more dynamic strategy to fit the needs of the complex spatial system. So back to the site of our design in Eugene, the site is located in between the nature and the city, as you know. So the north and south boundary of the site face different conditions of nature environment and urban fabric. And the river goes through and the river is the main water flow goes through the city, which provide the people direct access to the nature. So the big idea of my scheme is to cut a piece of line in the northern part of the site so that the water would flow into the site, and the water flow is interrupted by embedding another object in the center to create a water central part and allow more interaction between people and the environment. So watching at the master plan, you can see that the landscape become an active tool shaped by the complex urban forces from the source of the site, but also shaping its context reciprocally. And in this image, it's showing that accommodate diverse programmatic function in the flexible framework of architectural forms that move in and out of the design surface. So so for the organization system of this scheme is divided into 3 parts. The design surface organizes the space vertically and create the continuity of the landscape on the upper level. And the object become sculpture tools to shape each other and also shape the other system. So here is a series of diagrams to show the program distribution. So for this one is for the landscape. And you can see in this diagram, the landscape is covered the most of the land in the side at different level. And it's divided into 3 hierarchy of the landscape for the people. And the housing is the embedded object, which I mentioned, which surrounded by the water is provide people who live here with more interesting spatial experience. And the office is distributed in the lower pieces and also organizes with the object in the upper level. So the space under the surface is more dynamic and the upper object is relatively traditional. So it could feed the diversity of needs for the different type of company. And the hotel has 2 parts. One is organized in the high density near to the boundary of the site. Another part is above the stadium to let it have a direct view to the space of the stadium. And the stadium is under the surface, which is work with the hotel spatially. And for the retail, it's applied in the lower space of the surface along the boundary, which can get more accessible for the people. And in the end, the connect tissue is the hold all of the program together, which is a spatial connection applied in between the embedded in island and the mainland in the scheme. So for the section, the first section is in the short side is showing the relationship between the stadium and the hotel, which the flow of the surface and the subtraction of the base object is produced space for the both of them. And the second one is show the medium density housing. And for the form of the infrastructure under the building is shaped together with the water central part. And the long section is showing the space under the design surface, which is work for the office and the infrastructure. So let's go through into the site by this perspective. This is showing that the space in between the embedded island and the mainland part. So you can see that people can go along with this water sidewalk, and there's also some different connection to connect different kind of space. And this is also the perspective along the walk side of the river, and you can see the dynamic space of here. And the same. And this is the bird view from the urban side of the boundary. So that's it. This is my presentation. Thank you.
Could you go back to the view that shows the water inside of the project moving? No, there, stop.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this is the view and views like this that you need to develop, because your big move is actually pretty interesting and smart, because the river water will move and flow through this cut that you made. When you make this embedded object idea and hydrology and river movement, this will make a clear, it's like, in a way, it's like Amsterdam, the canals, and along the edges of this water, all the way through your project, this becomes a fantastic, potential that I don't think, you almost catch it here. I see a little greenery on the right-hand side, but, the water would slow down in this. It would keep moving, but it would slow down. People could, use boats, so that there would be a way to get to the water edge. This is the key view for your concept. And I think when I see some of the other views, it's almost like you lose the basic first move.
Well, I think in all these projects, there is a level of complexity that works against retaining any big move that is evident or consistent throughout that way. So, I don't actually find hers that unusual that way. I think her use of the river is probably, is as overt in a way as the previous one we saw. I would say rather that, to borrow the term used previously by Hernan, I think, in this case, the river has sort of been domesticated here, and the big move creating Little Island, which I guess is on the left side rather than the right side, although I guess it doesn't really matter, is not really so celebrated. You know, it's like the right side and the left side are both kind of the same, whereas one of them is on an island out in the middle of the river. And, you know, I would expect the architecture to get a little more excited about that rather than just simply accommodating it. And turning that big move into simply another formal gesture within the language of the rest of it, which is not to say that it's bad or anything, but it is to say that if we're going to understand this as the main move, I'm not sure that the people who experience this project wandering around through it and everything would necessarily get that. You know, beyond just issues of simple wayfinding, which all the projects would probably have some difficulty with. If people weren't carrying their phones and kind of constantly looking at them for the Google Maps way around, I'm not sure that the river would stand out here as having any particular special condition that way. Now, having said that, I don't know whether it would be appropriate to do that. You know, maybe that this is a gesture towards accommodating oneself to the river in a pseudo natural or organic way that is almost like something that might have developed by nature over time, you know, in the way that river creates the oxbows and meanders and that sort of thing. And that the forms of the objects are simply three-dimensional expressions of that idea as a theme, so to speak, for the project.
I agree with Wes, but I do believe that oxbow or that meander aspect, that's what you should be trying to express.
Yeah, totally.
The problem here is, you know, the effort to, you know, develop the language, which is another, you know, the dimension, but it sort of cancels out the poetry of your basic move.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
On again. Get the plan on.
You should change the drawing to an overall one now.
Okay.
I'm up here on the Hudson River, and when Wes said oxbow, it reminded me of the painting by Frederick Church of the oxbow bend in a river. Maybe it was Thomas Cole's painting. And it's just simply a beautiful landscape with this incredible oxbow shape that rivers take, which it's an amazing thing. And rivers naturally do that, meanders and oxbows and these kinds of shapes. So I think that first move is tremendous, but then it gets canceled out by this obsession to do the geometry thing. I think it gets obliterated in a way.
Though there is a kind of erosionary formalism in this view to the rest of it. It definitely looks like shapes that have been worn by water over time, though not a wet environment, but more of a dry environment shape making, I think, because of the sharpness of the edges, which in the wet environment has been rounded off and
like the
smoothed over.
Famous Chinese philosopher stones. They're all eroded.
Yeah.
You know, maybe that should have been an image put up. You know, maybe the wonderful, strange, water eroded philosopher stones.
Right.
I really like the way, Xiao, you've made the landscape work with the buildings. I agree with the points that were said before. I think that on the upper level, you have some really beautiful points. Let me see whether I can show you something somewhere. Yeah, so I think I think here it's really interesting where you get water on two sides. I also like the way these things incorporate like really tiny moments that you don't talk a lot about. By the way, you talk very little about what you think these spaces contain. But I think what kind of is mesmerizing to me is that you have the water going through this way, and you give that very little agency when you put the building the same way. So I've been looking and I was thinking it would be kind of interesting because if you rotated the building so it floated over the water and then actually you expose the water here so that the other buildings are now looking out over the water. There's something really interesting about being able to rotate some of these pieces a little bit to reveal more of your initial site move, I think would help your scheme enormously because it seems to be packing itself into one corner and almost hiding all the really smart first moves you did. I did really like the way you talked through your diagrams and the steps you made were super, super clear. But the part where you completely lost me is when you showed this section and you have beautiful shapes and then you just striate some floors in there. And that was like really a pity because this is all really, I think, very, very beautiful work and very good observations. And then we get here. And, you know, this is a moment where you really want to think, if you make a building like this, you know, how can you optimize the shape to do something that really works for you and that gives the building more effect and opportunity to kind of work for its like program, right? Or how do you start to work with these? There's another one, I think the one after that, it said hospitality, which is quite funny. Oh, there the hospitality is hiding, but the next one also had hospitality. And, you know, I think it's something that really would be almost worth going back to because one, you would want to put some windows in, and two, you really want to start to think like, what does that mean, right? The dynamic shape versus the straight floor slab. Maybe some of the spaces would just be event spaces and open, and you just let it breathe. Other spaces are maybe tightly packed, but I think there has to be kind of a interaction with what your ultimate form is of your building and what you think that form can do for you, right? I think a lot of, if you do a really good, strong project, you need to let the project tell you what it wants to be at some point and not just overrule it with floor slabs. And I think that would be still so worth just going back to. Sorry,
this is a super interesting discussion that makes me think of the earlier days of SCI-Arc when Hernan first got there, and the criticism was exactly that you take and create a really interesting, crazy shape, and then you normalize it with the flat floors. And then there was a period where you started doing exactly what Vinke is talking about and getting the shapes to actually suggest the kinds of spaces that might be used on the inside, but that led to a period of normalizing them. She still got a little bit going on here, normalizing them in a way that made us realize that the initial impulse just to striate the floors, as she said, like this, is actually a pretty critical impulse because you get these weird out spaces like that. Now, obviously, this scale, as the discussion of scale talked about earlier, we can't really get into it and understand what's happening there. But the critical dimension here is where the conflict, the friction occurs between the two systems and the recognition that the humans, you know, ultimately do need the horizontal plane for getting around. Now, certainly at a more detailed level, things like that could get super interesting. And if we imagine a human is only about that big, could begin to be manageable. But these huge civic urban scale projects don't really let you get into it at that level, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. I would say, which I think the criticism is absolutely fair, but what I found powerful about the project, or at least what I found it very interesting to me, is the fact that your project does embrace the scale that it is. It doesn't make any concessions to have any sense of normalcy or trying to relate. It takes on, it's not like some of the ones that we saw, they were like friendly Godzillas or friendly giants. yours, it developed its own world and encapsulated in it. And when you cross that line, you will be in this world. And I think, at least at the conceptual level, to me, this one does something that I've been asking in other ones. It really embraced that. So I would say there's also the grammar that you developed. I like that about the project. Doesn't trying to make any concessions to be anything else. Like, this is the gigantic project. We produce a massive disruption in that area. I will disrupt the river. And by the way, I really don't care that much about the surroundings of the building. And I honestly think it's about the idea to create, you entering my world, you entering my piece of the city, and it's all under these rules. I think the comments and Winka and Wes are pointing, I think that's the next phase for you. When you're inside this world should be almost no concession to any sense of prosaic or predictability. But I think that will come later. But in the overall massing, I find your project one of the most exciting ones because of that, because it's relentless in the power of being really navigating this very strange scale that the project operates between being an object and being a piece of the city.
See, I would say totally relentless, but I would even polish that term a little bit more to say, if we were to look at the plan again, that there is a consistency to the formalism that the other projects have not exhibited. In other words, the other projects have maybe embraced the combinatory aspect of the formula to the detriment of ending up in the end with a more integrated or organically continuous formalism, so that all the different parts are touched by the same attitude, are subjected to the same kind of formal judgment, not unlike Stephen was saying about the Philosopher's Stone, where the entire building is subjected to the erosionary forces of some flow of water or whatever. In this case, the entire project is subjected to the formative forces of the judging design mind that is being applied to it. Again, maybe the straight lines are merely an indication in section that this part of the project's not that really important to it or whatever. But I think when we look at it in plan view, or in the aerial that John was asking for, the AXO that John was asking for.
Can you go to Axon?
That we see how, we don't have, some bars over here and something else over here and something else over here. We've got the same kind of thing going on in many dense layers to it. And that gives it a really satisfying consistency that makes it feel like, you're totally on top of it and, in control, if that's not a pejorative to be applied in this situation.
I totally agree, but I think it's always kind of interesting to take a tiny section, and this is just for you, Xiao. I think it's interesting for you to take a tiny section of your plan and to just really think, if this is the consistency you can get, how can you get it, all the way in a tiny part of your project? I think everyone's right. You can't make a plan this large and develop it to absolute every detail, be insane. But I think, although insane is good, but I think it's always interesting to take one part of it that you love the most and just say, like, okay, so this is what I can get. How do I keep going, right? Like, how do I not give up on my amazing capacity? I mean, you do have an amazing capacity to make something work on this scale with so much.
The discussion, Wes, would be, can you hear me?
Yeah.
In terms of your question, that would be the basis of this strategy. That is, there a capability within our organizational systems that have the capacity to develop a degree of complexity, diversity, even moving past that into more than diversity, into chance, idiosyncratic behavior that can solve projects at this scale. And now I go right to Stephen. Stephen, this is very parallel to one of your projects in China at 2.7 million square feet. This is actually kind of an average large project today in certain parts of the world. And we're looking precisely for something that finds the ability to have coherency, organization, but that has the that advances the requirement for radical differentiation that has to do with the multiplicity of the demands of the project.
But
That
see,
is
the key here is what
we're doing.
But the key here is what Vinka was talking about, which is, I think, which is the ability of this to scale. One of the huge advantages of classicism over time was that it went from the ability to design a doorknob all the way up to a city, using the same set of principles, the same attitudes, and the same approaches. And this formalism here, I think, could scale absolutely all the way down to the detail concerns of the individual, I don't know, unit or whatever. It could all be the same kind of thing and hang together in a way that classicism hung together for 2,000 years.
I would say I agree with Tom, but I also agree with Winkle when she picked out that section that does not correspond to the basic idea. The basic move is a planimetric move to bring the river in and to make this island and this C shape. And then there are these three other kind of C shapes, and those are planimetric. And then if you try to make, I think the problem with this project is in exactly the section that Winkle was criticizing. That looks like a different project. It has the kind of Bernard Tschumi undulating roof thing, and then there's a kind of, I don't know, KPF curved skyscraper thing. That's not part of the DNA of this move. And what she just needs to do is follow what Winka said and kind of redo this, but stay, to the idea. And I think it could be a great project. But by the way, we have to be tough critics. We can't just say that's a beautiful section, because it's not, right? And Winka, it's not even a good section. This is a great plan, a great idea.
We missed another whole conversation there that I'd be curious to see what you're responding to. I didn't see sections in this project until a couple of weeks ago. The section, as far as I could tell, for this generation is meaningless.
All right.
That's what I use. It's meaningless to me. They draw it like a CAT scan, but they don't look at it. It's just something they demand. And ask the group of students here, right?
Check the box.
That's a whole other conversation that would be, is it even relevant today to work with our students at that level? It's not something that's interesting to them.
No, you're doing it, man. I think it is relevant. I think I've come around. No, this is the biggest problem in the whole project. Just get rid of this section and go back to the main basic moves.
The piece in the middle right, yeah, right there. I can go to right below the big space.
Okay, but
I'm going to look at that and go right to work on that.
Tom,
right?
When you're working in this scale, I mean, you mentioned CAD-SCAM. Honestly, when you work in this scale, the idea that, first of all, independent section is good or bad. One section is not going to do it. You will need at least 100 sections in a project like this to understand it. So might as well embrace the MRI CAD-SCAN approach and rethink that. And I think that should be an interesting way to start to think about what are the right tools and mechanisms to develop that part into the next phase. I agree that this section is not good, but you're not going to solve it with one section anyway.
Yeah, I think focusing on this one drawing is kind of a mistake. We'd all
completely
just move and being really nice by going back to some power to control the screen. She should. If I were you,
I was just going to say, John, this is when it's great when you have a physical review and you can just run to the student's projector.
So every band had bass songs in their album. They just don't play it in concert.
Change the screen.
Right.
Yeah, this is the drawing I shall say take off your portfolio and don't include in the project.
No, I mean,
I think on that note, maybe we should go to the last.
No, you just learned something. Like next time you present, it gets negative. Move to the next image.
Change the drawing.
Yeah, but let's can we conclude with the fact, could we just go to that overall view of the whole project? And I think, I really love the idea of the basic move, the overall view, the idea of the basic move is really beautiful.
No plan.
Not the plan. What they thought.
Don't change it.
Don't change it, no matter what they say.
Exactly.
No, I wanted to say one thing, and I remember I met you a year ago in Beijing before you came to SCI-Arc, and then I saw you in the fall, followed your work. Huge improvement in the work you've been doing.
Yeah.
I really want to say that, and it's wonderful to see. And you still have another semester to go in the summer, so fantastic.
John, that's really nice you said that, but yeah, I would have said the same thing, that she went from 30 to 80. She just moved at the speed of light, and just huge growth over the last 15 weeks.
Okay, I think then we should just move to our last student, Ciao.
Okay.
And
And my share.
Ciao. Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi.
Yeah, it's so interesting. You know, the students have total control of what we see, and yet they really obey everyone's request. If I was me, I would say, you're not seeing that section again.
Hey, Bill, you're back too, huh?
Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm back. Hey, Tom, I'm back. Sorry, I got sidetracked.
Do any of you guys know there's an option in the view options to request remote control? Has anyone tried that? No. I thought Hernan was manipulating her screen earlier.
I was.
You were?
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Can be done.
Yeah, no, I never noticed that before. That's a good thing to see.
I don't sketch in paper. I'm not going to start sketching on the screen. I leave it up to the masters of it.
It's an old school thing, I guess.
Okay, Joe, let's start.
Okay. I'm the last one, and then my name is Zhao, and then in the first part, I will still show the idea of two different organizational system. The first one is the organizational system, how geographical forces to reform the landscape. And for the second one is like I explored how the land form like building or something to organize and connect it. And the next part, this part I want to talk about the urban idea. I wanted to expand, create expansion of the park and reform the riverbed and occupy the island around the side. For the big idea, I think in my project, I will use like a term like megaphone as an urban landscape to present my scheme. And this is my master plan. My project can provide a massive amount of public space to the city. And this is the connecting tissue. It's a major public path to connect and unify the whole site. And this is the primary vehicular road. And the top part is for the housing, western, the middle part is for the hotel gas, and the lower part is for the public. And this one is the horizontal connection, and those corridor connecting the green roof and unify all of them as public park for recreational activities. And this is vertical connection. It can allow the people like accessing to the surface. For this part, I want to talk about the biggest part of my scheme. It's 57 of square meter of my scheme, and then I will call it the butterfly recreational area. And for the first part, I will view it like a sports complex, and this is the main entrance space. The view is from east of the side across the river. And this part is the major plaza. It provided a large social space for people to contain different kind of activities. And this part is the stadium part, and the stadium is underneath the ground. It can provide a smooth experience from public space to the stadium space. Like the stadium now is totally open to the public, even the audience, they have no money or something to purchase ticket, they can still utilize it. And the fourth part is the integration of the building and the park. And this kind of green roof created an augmented landscape. For the second section, I want to talk about the cocoon commercial area. It's the major connecting tissue of my skin. This image is the public pedestrian along with the riverside. It's the major connecting tissue to unite the public space around the site. And the third section, I want to talk about my housing part. It's megaphone housing, and this is the residential space. I want to leverage megaphone as medium to provide over 1,200 affordable housing. I intended to create it like a biggest co-living space in the world and compete with the 800 units co-living space in St. John's. And I would think I would say it's not just an archetype, but also I would view it as a large urban gesture. This part is I want to talk about within the Big Bang. The spine, it's also a connecting tissue, hollow connecting tissue. It can provide enough light for the housing, and it also can be a public path for residents to strengthen the community. I would say like this kind of street, it will be a continuous build form to strengthen the connecting tissue. And this is the plan to talk about the program. Yeah. For this part, I want to talk about how I wanted to create a landscape and it's permittable to let people across all those public space to the river. This is zooming part. And the left part is the housing above the river. Its base is the island. And then move to the right, it will be the green roof, the park. And then it will be the right space is the HN space. It's kind of like a transitional node of the connecting tissue. And the left opening is connecting to the pedestrian along with the riverbed. And the right path is connecting to the drop-off and the lobby space of the hotel. And the lower part of the image is my stadium space. And this one is also talk about how we're going to create a permeable landscape. It's a long section cut across the side. And we can see like it's kind of like a series of a public space, and the people can have a very smooth experience to go across it. And then the public space is not single layer, it's multiple layer. It's kind of like elevated landscape. And I think it can increase complexity of the project. And this is the zooming view. And for the third part, I want to talk about the major connective tissue, how to like impact the spatial experience along the riverside and connecting the urban. We can see like all those, there are 3 different courtyard, and then the connecting, when the people go through the connecting tissue, people can go through a series of courtyard and then go to the riverside. And this is also the zooming. And for the lower part, you can very clearly to see the housing, the sectional shape of the housing. I intended to create you can provide enough sunlight and then ventilation in. And this is the last one I want to expand, especially for the housing. Like the housing, I would like break it into different segments with the vertical connection. And then in those segments, I will create the amenity, like a provided recreation and in each floor, like swimming pool and drink something. Yeah, this is the zooming view. And then from the lower part, we can see the connecting tissue with the river, and then the housing and the river. And this is the overall perspective of my scheme. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
You know, what I like about your project is what you said about this big major move, that it was going to be the largest co-housing project in America, right? Is that what you said?
In the world.
Yeah, well, I think that's, you know what? I really like this project because the image and the, let's say the, you know, the expression and the desire have an equal level in the program. In the world, the largest co-housing project in the world. You know, I want you to look at the Kenzo Tange plan from 1960 for Tokyo Bay.
He did.
Oh, I know. I exactly look for that plan. It's like the NIT housing and the Tokyo Bay housing. Yeah, I like it.
It wasn't
but
built.
I would specifically talk about when I talk something like Kenzo Tange. He talks about the mega structure, but I would like to use mega form because I mostly look for the shape form and not quite related to the structure part, because I think the mega structure is related to the structure and the mega form is about the form. So yeah.
And that's what's so strong about your project, because there's an idea there that goes back into the history of architecture, but it brings it up to the present day, the largest co-housing piece in the world. I think it's fantastic. And that's what I was missing in some of the other projects, where there's a great, you know, expression of form, but there isn't the program element that lifts it up. And I think also what's great is the way you develop this section, and it brings light into the housing. It's not a dark, in other words, you understand that you're bringing light. You know, these are shallow sections, and this X section brings light into all the apartments. This is very important. So anyway, I really think that this is very interesting, and I love the way it relates to those older projects of the megaform. Also, please look at Kenneth Frampton's essay called Megaform in the Landscape. It's from 1997, very important essay about this kind of work. So unfortunately, I have to sign off because I got to feed a 4-year-old dinner. And but it's been really great, and this is a great project for me to end on.
Yeah, thank you, Stephen.
Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd agree. I really like your project. It's funny because the other project I was thinking it should turn into the water, and then you came when you turned it into water. It was quite hilarious to see that. I think it's very sophisticated. It's also very beautiful when it hits land, that it becomes like the retaining wall for the whole landscape to bounce up against. And then the rest of your project is kind of an excavation of the landscape, which is extremely interesting. I think there is a lot of really interesting back and forth between like very detailed small spaces and very large spaces that can just spread out forever, which I think in this program is a very smart move to kind of deal with, you know, the program you guys were given. It has a nice sense of going from ultra large to very tiny.
It's kind of a podium and tower scheme. It's just that your tower is horizontal. if you will. Like if you think about like big.
That's not the podium?
Asian projects, I'm thinking like West Kowloon, parts of Shanghai. Like if you flipped your C-shaped housing project into a tower, it's I'm sure over 2,000 feet tall to get that to work, and probably the amount of program you have in the podium is comparable to one of those projects. It's just your tower's horizontal; it's not sticking up vertically. And I think this one has a lot of intelligent sectional ideas. Can you go back to one of your axons? I think there's two possible discussions. The reference to Tonge, and for that matter to metabolism, there was a discussion already between what they called group form and megastructure. So I think it does certainly leverage that. And I think one of the things that your scheme starts to do a little bit differently than the last one, where it was being admired for the fact that its combinatorialism did not have the same heterogeneity of parts, that allows them each to be articulated. You're using what I would say is a traditional technique of group form, which Kurokawa introduced in contradistinction to Tonge, as a way to kind of bend and warp those combinatorial strategies into ones that have larger, much more intensively cohesive formal traction, if you will. In other words, we see the different parts, but they're very, very difficult to loosen up or fragment from one another. They're almost inextractable from one another. And I think that is interesting as a scheme. It's the first one that I've seen that does it. We've seen kind of the two other sides. There's like casual combinatorial relationships where I can easily loosen parts out. And then there's the last one, which is more self-similar. Yours kind of falls somewhere in between and is still very large. Can you go back to another camera angle? I think Wes is asking for a better like axon angle. The thing that I wanted to bring up though, I mean, you've given it a kind of programmatic articulation as well in section that I think helps. The last scheme I think could have had that if they thought about water shedding through the building. But no matter what, when you're talking about something this scale, I think there are questions of whether or not the program of a park and housing satisfies it. I like Stephen, appreciate the fact that you're able to identify that this contributes being the largest housing project. But I mean, they really do border on the scale of being infrastructural, and I think raise questions about whether or not they could produce power and actually become infrastructural, particularly when they're on the river like this. I mean, yours kind of looks like a dam. It has a kind of Hoover-esque visual quality to it, the way it spans across the river. And, you're putting a huge amount of mass in the way of a lot of energy flows. And I think, that language of infrastructure and the way that these could be a way of living on top of power production and or waste management are questions that when you get to something at this scale, I think are very reasonable to ask of it, and maybe build upon some of the branding mechanisms that you've attached to it. Again, I think in the last scheme, water collection would have been an avenue for that student to get out of all of the problematic sectional issues that were coming up. If it had collected water from the top, not so much in plan from the river, but in section, had drained it and harvested water. I wonder if yours, I could imagine a number of power production strategies that come into this, but you have a huge amount of roof area in this very large mat part, as well as the arm that sticks out over the river, which all seem to be incredible opportunities to think about the multivalence of infrastructure, housing, park, and how it kind of goes to that next 21st century, let's say, level of programming without it becoming goofy. But yeah, great scheme.
Yeah, thank you, David.
And we see an axon, kind of an overall view. I have to say that I totally admit this might be me, but I feel like there's a weird disjunction between the kind of Tongé references that Stephen raised before he took off and the morphosoid formalism of the rest of it. Because of course the Tongé stuff is super rigid and controlled and mechanistic and this sort of stuff. And the morphosoid stuff is much more organic and fluid and I don't want to say loose as opposed to tight, but just not as, I don't even know what to say, machinic or rectilinear even. And I think the way that you've got this guy doing one kind of thing, and then in plan, it's sort of doing a scorpion tail thing. By the way, it's really hard for me in the spirit of Dubai not to see this as a big scorpion form. I want to see the legs down here, with that big tail there, which tells you the power of these architectural forms. In this case, only visible from the sky. But it does seem like to me there is a disjunction between the two formalisms at play here. And I'm wondering, it works a lot better in plan, rather in section elevation when you can't see them. But the way that this guy and the sort of sense of flow and everything that he's implying actually meets up with this thing. And the way that this is one kind of thing, and then these other guys are trying to be the same, but they're much smoother and they're not broken up into the sections like this. Feel like it's not quite as clean as as a previous one we saw, maybe. And I can't believe I actually like these Tongé-esque things less than these little guys here, which do have a scale that makes them quite believable or plausible, let's say. And the way they integrate with the base and that sort of thing is quite nice. But this is like a totally different creature over here. And I don't feel like he's as well integrated. Maybe you needed some more of these kinds of guys sprinkled around, over here or something to make it feel like it's all part of the same project. But
Wes, I want to help him. Could you go back to a section, see how?
Okay.
I want to look at one of the particular sections. Keep going. Yeah, that one, the really dynamic.
Go to the one with the stadium.
Yeah. Yeah, right there, right there. Wes, in terms of our conversation, totally agnostic in terms of imagery. Could care less if it's mechanistic, organic, there's never a conversation. It is what it is. I have zero interest in that. That's for somebody else to articulate. What we're interested in is the quasi-intentional / accidental, the fact that you don't have total control of the set of operations taking place as you're combining a series of 5 elements and that they're interacting. The conversation would be this section and the various inventions that are taking place spatially. And that was the only conversation we're having. In terms of what it looks like or what it's compared to, irrelevant. That's not interested in that. Fact,
yeah, no, I was, you may have been able to tell I was struggling.
Classifiable.
Yeah, no, I was struggling for the right language to use. I was actually talking purely in terms of the formalism and the way that these shapes are maybe resigned to a certain part of the project. And then there's a whole bunch of these sharper kind of guys over here isolated by themselves in another part of the project. And it doesn't feel like there's quite as much of a, I don't know, to me it seems like I don't want to call it a mistake, but it's less awesome if you've got a kind of zone, a clear zoning like this project is exhibiting between one kind of thing over here and another kind of thing over there without any kind of, cross
but you're, I think you're locating, I think you're
interdigitation.
correct. You're locating elements that are in fact arbitrary and then in fact don't belong to the organizational strategy that produced the coherency. Because this project, I would trace it right back to Eisman's numbered houses. It's extremely kind of disciplined, right? And
No,
you
but
break that discipline, you're now moving into subjective territory, and that's what I'm trying to get rid of.
No, I disagree. I'm taking the game here at face value, and the rules that seem to be put in place both from all of the other students that we saw and as some of the initial impulses from this student's work. And I think that in this game, there's still judgment to be applied. It's not totally stochastic. There is judgment to be applied in the way that the forms are distributed throughout.
Of course there is.
Yeah, but that's where I'm saying, I think, again, the fact that the project can more or less be divided here between this kind of stuff here and these kind of things here is not awesome. That's all. Whereas the previous project, where it was all kind of smeared together and the same kind of organic, erosionary forms were sort of distributed everywhere at all scales, I thought was one of the the stronger parts of that project. And that's not to say that I don't think that these guys by themselves are super cool, and some of these guys are super cool in themselves, but that they're not necessarily friends, but they're not, they're not productively juxtaposed, I guess is a way to put it.
He's achieving a much more complicated differentiation. Yeah.
No, I don't think it's more complicated. That's the problem. I think it's simpler because, again, there is this border here between these guys and these guys, at least as it appears in this section. But even from the air, if we look down at this guy here, there's one kind of thing over here, and then there's another kind of thing out there in the water. And just somehow it seems to me in the game that's being played here that having a kind of a division between them like that is not cool.
Yeah, so if I might add something, I think it leads to a question about the scalability of a project like this. And so what we've been talking about in terms of, the large curve solves a particular problem. The small objects, they solve another problem, and the landscape solves another. And so in a scheme that's kind of here, you see only one of the large piece, but if we were to extend the scheme and begin to really explore how this integrated and became kind of more city making, and it just continued as a systematic kind of approach, I don't think that this would look as out of place at that.
No, of course not. That's exactly the point I'm trying to make. Is that if you do enlarge the scale, you have room for more than one instance of this kind of thing. And so you could have another little piece of it over here or something that would make it more of a scrambled egg rather than a fried egg, because this is a scrambled egg project, not a fried egg project.
Even though form is certainly not the primary focus.
It was. He called it the megaform. He distinguished between form and structure.
Like a strategy, organization, the combinatorial, the connective tissue that is, I guess, spatial in nature. These are the primary focus of not only the studio, but of the program. And I'm just noticing, like, the longer the students, I have the benefit of not only seeing them at the beginning of the program, but also like months before that through the recruiting process. Like Xiao I met in Shanghai, and just a bundle of ambition, at that point, And as I've been watching the students as they're spending longer and longer times with Tom and his team, almost by in after effect, they're acquiring greater and greater formal sophistication.
Sure, absolutely.
The improvement is really amazing. Like they're becoming more facile with, I guess, instincts for plasticity. as a way to solve these urban problems. I don't think the choice is ever one of form or no form. In these axiometric renderings, we always see the surrounding context just littered with little boxes everywhere, right? And I don't think, and even though that seems to somehow indicate the world of the not form, that's not true. I mean, that's form too. It's just that it's a kind of incredibly limited formalism, one that is just utterly constrained by some perception of the inevitability of regulation as it's been exercised in the past 200 years, and a lot of opportunities are just being missed by thinking that somehow that is the world of constraint, when it's not. It's all constrained, no matter how you approach it. And you always have to think strategically and organizationally. So I think just getting under the belt some ability to deal with plasticity, I think just augments and increases the repertoire of the strategic moves you can make. So it's really nice to see at this point that this kind of reinvestment in working with these things formally on some level is just kind of beginning to loosen up problems and ideas that have nothing to do with form too. So I think you guys are in excellent shape, I think, poised to take it to yet another level here in the final semester coming up.
That sounded like a summary comment. Are we done?
Yeah, I guess that was a bit of a buzzkill. Sorry about that.
Right on time.
You summarized that really well.
I agree.
Yeah, that was a good summary. Hey, thank you all for your time. Very much appreciated. And to be continued, huh?
Yeah, these are great. I have to say, thanks for inviting me. I love being on these reviews. There's always so much to talk about.
Yeah, we've been doing this for a couple years now.
Oh yeah,
it's a continued conversation. Huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice to see everybody.
Okay. Take care.
Great job.
Yeah, thank you, everybody.
Take care.
Thank you.